You are a loser. You are a grifter, and you need to shut your mouth. So listen to what this young man had to say.
Black Americans are thugs. Bitch, worry about the cartel. Black Americans are thugs. Bitch, worry about the mafia. Black people are thugs. Bitch, worry about the Taliban. Black Americans are thugs. Bitch, worry about your own son. Don't want to piss him off, don't you? Black people are thugs. Man, y'all got so much on y'all plate. I can't even name all the groups, man. Get the fuck out of here. Y'all eyes don't see Black Americans going to no other country talking about or giving any opinion on anything, on cartels or anything. But everybody come over here and got the most to say, some shit to say. Fuck y'all opinion. Go home. Fuck it. I don't care.
We anticipate in the next 10 to 12 years approximately 8 to 6 million Hispanics coming into the United States and 41 million Asians. You have been the majority minority for 400 years in this country. You have been the number 2 population for 400 years. You're gonna get kicked out of being number 2, you're gonna go down and become number 4. Now common sense, even a 3rd grade education would tell you, if you didn't get anything when you were number 2, you all jumped ahead of me, but anyway, you can guess what you're going to get when you become number 4.
President Biden, do you support reparations?
Look, I mean, since I haven't spoken on this, got a chance. Number one, the reason we're the country we are is because of immigration. We've been able to cherry pick the best from every single continent. The people who come here have determination, resilience. They are ready to stand up and work like the devil. We have 24 out of our 100 children in our school today is Hispanic. The idea that we are going to walk away and not provide every opportunity for them is not only stupid and immoral, but it's bad for America. They are the future of America.
At the very same time that America refused to give the Negro any land, through an act of Congress, our government was giving away millions of acres of land in the West and the Midwest, which meant that it was willing to undergird its white peasants from Europe with an economic floor. But not only did they give the land, they built land-grant colleges with government money to teach them how to farm. And this is what we are faced with. And this is the reality. Now, when we come to Washington, in this campaign, we are coming to get our check.
We are owed $104 trillion on the very low end, plus $735 billion recurring. This number does not include the cost of about 50 Black Wall Streets that were decimated, nor compound interest from 2017 when Sean D. Rochester's book, The Black Tax, was published, nor the cost of Black life, nor the cost of living increases, nor the war on drugs, nor the current day pandemic. The number I'm working with is for slavery, Jim Crow, and accrued ongoing systemic racism, oppression, and disadvantage in the country our ancestors built with their lives.
Good evening on the East Coast. You know exactly who it is, family. Angela Nirvana, your hostess with the mostest on the reparations perspective, bringing you those Negro descendant hot topics and making the case of reparations, making the case for weaponizing our food, socializing our suffering. How y'all doing, family? Thank you so very much for your patience. Oh, Lord, today it's been one of those weekends. Y'all, I had a ministry development weekend. We do this annually at my church, and Lord have mercy, I am so tired I could take off running. So I'm just a little discombobulated, trying to get the broadcast going. I see you, Carolyn Quinn. Thank you for joining the live. Thank you, Ivy Dreams. Yes, family, I see you emailed me to receive the 3020, 3025 surveys. Yes, I will also get family members to participate. I thank you so much, Ivy Dreams. I'm going to look at my email. I did get quite a few requests for the ACS survey. As you all know, we had the illustrious Ahsun Powell grace us with her presence last Sunday to talk about how we need to put a ban around Black American Negro descendants. Yes, those who were free, Free, and those who were freed. Not everyone in the country is a freedman. Freed. Some of us were enslaved. Some of us were free. Ahsun calculates that there are about 500,000 free Negroes in this country upon our emancipation. Some of us have free Negroes on mama's side, and some of us have freed Negroes on the daddy side. Because once we became emancipated, we just all became Negro, okay? And so that is what Ahsun and Unity for Our Community has evolved their initial campaign for BANF to band, putting a band around Negroes. Let me repeat, this has nothing to do with reparations, who's going to get what. This is not that. This is about showing solidarity before the OMB. We've got to show solidarity, family. You understand that the reason why we're not able to delineate the last time is because they said we were a whole mass of confusion. Coming up there, some want to be ADOS, some want to be FBA, some want to be Negro, some want to be freedmen. You can be whatever you want to be, but we need an umbrella and we need to get on the same page. So if you are interested in getting the ACS survey, where we select 3020 for Black American Negro descendants, free and freed Negroes, and the 3025, which is American Negro. If you want to band with us in these efforts, please send me an email at thereperspect@gmail.com. It's going to be scrolling on the bar below. I'll type it in the chat too. Okay, please be sure to like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications. I read the first manumitted freed slave was in the 1600s. Oh, wow. Okay, Ivy Dreams. Share it. Drop it in the link so everybody else can check that out. I didn't know that. 1600s. Oh, child. I thought, I don't know how that works because pretty much the bulk of us came over on the transatlantic slave trade. I thought that was 1619. So I'm not really sure how that works if we weren't yet a country. I don't get how that works, but we can dig into it. So let me put this in the chat, the reperspect@gmail. Because like I said last week, and Ahsun echoed that sentiment, I was echoing her sentiment, is that we need a good 2 million strong. So no matter what the OMB does, we can make sure we get the delineation we so desperately need in this country, where everyone wants to co-opt and corrupt everything that the Negro has contributed to the making of the wealthiest country in the world. They all love to play the Black American Negro card when it's time to get our entitlements and our benefits, when it's time for elections. But the minute you go and have a sit down with them and you try to procure things in the interest of the Negro, they give you their asses to kiss. Let's get into it. Let's get into it so we don't tarry. And I'll be over. A lot of Blacks were freed when we were still a colony. That's interesting. I need to try to understand that. Ivy Dreams, if you can drop it in the chat or email it to me so I can read up, I'd like to be more knowledgeable on that. I had no idea about that. So you're saying that the ones that we call free, the ones who we consider free, were in fact enslaved and attained their freedom in the early 1600s, while those of us who were newly here off the transatlantic slave trade were enslaved? It's not making sense to me. I need to read that before I can really share it and speak on it. So let's get into it, family. To my point, let's get into it. Tonight we're going to discuss the shenanigans of Karen Bass, Ann Reid, and none other than the first Kenyan American. Okay, the first Kenyan American president, not the first Black American president. We got to delineate, family, since they don't, they won't let us legally do it. We've got to just start doing it till it catches on, like Crispus Attucks. Okay, fam, I'm going to come over and read your comments. Just give me a moment. Let's get into some of these shenanigans over here. Okay, let's call this. Hold on, family. As always, these things are forever jumping out of order. I don't understand how I can order them so nicely, and then when I get over here to share them, they're out of sequence. But I'm going to be getting help on that. So, okay, hold on, guys. I had a specific picture I want to show of our first person, which is Karen Bass. That's who we'll discuss first. Now that she's in hot water, she wants to claim to be Black. That's not what she is, and you're about to find out. So here we go. This is the first picture I want to show you. Karen Bass finally played the race card. The only reason people want me to resign is because I'm a Black woman. This is the kind of shenanigans I am sick of. Here this woman is a whole Latina, but the minute she gets in hot water with the press and with the nation behind these fires that have blown through California because she decided to withhold over $17 million from the budget. Newsom was worse. Newscum was worse. He withheld about $100 million. Okay, the hydrants didn't have water. You guys know what's been going on out here. But the minute they love these demon rats, they love to play the race card. Karen Bass played it. The only reason people want me to resign is because I'm a Black woman. Now, some of you that are just now arriving to what I do as an advocate, a grassroots advocate in the grassroots contemporary grassroots reparations movement, excuse me. Some of you are just coming into that understanding that I've been at this for a while. Since around 2016, officially we kind of formally came together as ADOS around the time, shortly before Kamala threw her hat in the ring, okay? Let me make sure y'all can see what I'm looking at. Hold on. Oh, Lord, that's kind of small. Let me make myself a little bit smaller. Hold on, guys. Oh, so you can really see and get the magnitude of what I'm sharing with you. So some of you are kind of new to the reparationist perspective, so let me fill you in a little bit. In our humble beginnings, I went to my first city council. Well, it wasn't a city council. It was some type of, it's called a town hall. I went to my very first town hall meeting. And my comrades at the time put me up to going up to Karen Bass to ask her about reparations. Now, I was mortified to see the way the people were behaving and screaming on Karen. Lots of Black folks in there hotter than fish grease with Karen for not delivering for Black folks. It was my first town hall. It was a very diverse crowd screaming on her, but largely Black people were there. And I'm sitting up there admonishing them. How dare you be so rude? You know, she's she's a representative. What are you doing? Why are you screaming at her? Because I thought she was a Black woman. I thought she was Black. So my comrades put me up to going up to her. She was so polite. She gave me her business card. Hi, St. Thomas 2009. Good evening. She gave me her business card. She told me that, yes, we can have an offline conversation. She'd love to meet with us, sit down with us to talk about California reparations. And so we finally procured that meeting. And honey, they had that meeting and it went seamlessly in terms of all the data that a lot of my comrades who went into that meeting presented to her. They laid it down as to why this was warranted. Now, she was a senator at the time. She wasn't mayor. Or was she a U.S. House of Reps? Oh, she was a House of Reps. She was a House rep. But anyway, at that time, she's now mayor of L.A., but not at the time that we sat and spoke with her. So she pretended like all of them do, right? You see Ayanna Pressley and you see Cory Booker, because they lost so massively in the last election. Now they're trying to act as if they want to do something about reparations. That's a lie, and the truth ain't in them. Okay, don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe. And shout out to Tim Black. That's where I got that from. Don't fall for it, family, because that's what they do. They pretend to give a damn, but all they're talking about, if you listen closely, is a study. They're not talking about cutting checks. We've been here since before Columbus. What's there to study? You know all the studies. You know who we are. The only thing you need to be studying is how much. But no, what their goal is to lead us to drag this out into perpetuity. They have found the golden nugget. They're going to play reparations till times get better or until the Negro is extinct, because they need us to continue to sheepwalk to those polls, not me, to continue to deliver the demon rats to, as you can see, our obvious ethnocide genocide. That's what's happening in real time with the Negro vote. All of what you see happening right now is because 86% of our registered voters delivered Joe Crow and Kamala the White House. And that's exactly what the Negro vote is being weaponized against them. Our never-ending Holocaust is being weaponized against us. And Karen Bass is guilty. So she didn't do a hot damn thing for us. Okay? Did nothing. She took that information as intel to decide how she was going to move even harder for her people. Let's talk about it. Her people. Let's look at who her people are. It sure ain't us. Hold on, guys. Let's go to the next. Let's go to the next slide. Karen Bass is another Kamala. Oh, Lord, how can I? I want to make this bigger. She's another Kamala, but Black people keep defending her when she doesn't even like them or relate to them. If she cared about them, or for anyone for that matter, she would have taken her job seriously. So here you see her. These are her people. This is who she represents out here. These are the people that she represents. There's nothing Black about this picture. They go on to say here, the family tree of Karen Bass. See, now what they've started doing is they start calling them American. You see, they see us fighting as the grassroots against them cosplaying us to our ethnocide, And so now they're talking about how these people are in fact American. So here she is in her sombrero. This is the truth of who Karen Bass is. This is who she is. And yet, when she gets into hot water, now they're discriminating against you because you're black. Not because you're inept. You don't claim to be your own race when it's time for you to get the lash from Trump. But you want to sit up here and say, I am black. No, you are not. We'll keep going. No, you are not. There was a great photo of her husband and child. Hold on, y'all. Where is that picture of her and that child and her husband? Here we go. So Karen Bass is and has always been a big nothing. She's not and never was for black people unless it was convenient for her. She's for Latinos only because her full name is formally Mrs. Karen Bass Lechuga. Yes, she was married to a Hispanic and has one daughter and 4 stepchildren. I remember when Biden came to LA last year, she called herself taking him to a black-owned restaurant. She took that old bastard to CJ's on La Brea, a Hispanic-owned restaurant. While a House rep, her constituents saw a massive decline in the black population due to eminent domain, urban development, and redlining. She stayed silent, just like she's silent in this clip. Just like she's silent on reparations for Black Americans of California's. F. Karen Bass. Here you go. How can I make this bigger? Hold on, y'all. There. That's better. This is Karen Bass. Can y'all see that? And this, hi, Rude Trackers, I see you, fam. And this is what I am so over. I am so over these whites and immigrants cosplaying blackness for the Negro vote. I am over it. It's continually happening. Another writer on X says, Karen Bass is an enemy to black progress. You would think after all that BS with De Leon and Martinez, she would oppose sanctuary status. But here she is about to bankrupt Los Angeles. I guess they like seeing the country painted red. Democrat mayor says she wants to make LA a sanctuary city before Trump gets in. Let's show you this one. So all of what's happening out here in LA, we've been overtaken by Hispanics, mostly Mexicans. I think they're about a little over 50% of the population now, as our numbers have declined to 3%. It is because of people like this who cosplay blackness for the black vote, who get in power and choose to ignore us to our ethnocide. Let me stop sharing this and share this other one so we can get into it a little deeper. Please be sure to like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications. Thank you in advance. So, hold on one second. Is that the one I had up? Oh, no. That's the family tree. Hold on. Let me, the family tree of Karen Bass. Being Latino is not a race, it's a culture. Hispanic is not a race, it's a culture. You have black and white in both cultures. So they're claiming that she's black, but she's not one of us. Okay? She's not one of us. I don't know what she's got within her, but you see here, they claim, oh, she's an American politician. This is starting to change. Let's see what this says here. Family tree of Karen Bass. Okay, view family tree. They call her an American politician. At the time, she was serving as a U.S. rep for California 37 congressional district since 2013. From 2011 to 2013, she was the U.S. rep for California's 33rd congressional district. Okay, so they go on and say all this stuff about her background. But this is what's happening, family. We're not asking who are you before we cast our votes. And we must become more sophisticated. We must. We have to ask, who are you? And we have to look at the way these people are voting before we give them our vote. Or it's going to be the end of the line. Let's share some more Karen Bass shenanigans. So, she wants to make LA a sanctuary city. With all the illegal immigration, all the billions they've spent on illegal immigration, you would have thought that we were already a sanctuary city. But no, we're not. But this is who the Black Karen Bass wants to cape for, wants to protect against Trump. This is who the Black Karen Bass. She's protecting her people. Let's keep going. In the namesake of time. You've got to ask, who are you? And you've got to look at the way these people vote before you cast your vote. You should be doing protest votes. These people should not be able to be in office. They're doing this all over the country. I just have to show y'all how we're being placed in a trick bag and have been for a long time. She is not a Black American. Who is this? She is not connected to the lineage of the people who built this country. Unfortunately, the Democrats have pushed this African American label on us, which just creates confusion. Okay, he's talking about Indian. He's talking about Kamala. We did her last week. And I still want to show you guys a clip. I want to show you guys about how Kamala literally had abortion trucks outside of the DNC convention in Chicago while she was campaigning. They were giving vasectomies and abortions and the abortion pill, the before and after pills and all this carrying on outside of the DNC convention, y'all, in Chicago. But 92% of Black women went out and voted for this. Let's keep sharing. It is so unnerving. It grates on my last nerve. I know that's not all on Karen. Let's see here. Like I said, these slides, family, they get all out of order. Okay, that's not the one I want. That's Ann Reid. I'll do her next. Let's see if I've gone. I don't think that that's all of Karen, because there was one I wanted to show you of her eating with her Hispanic family.
Let's see what this one is. Okay, so this is Skid Row in downtown LA, where while Karen Bass and these Black Democrats advocate for illegal allies over foundational Black Americans, giving our resources and tax dollars to people that came in the country illegally. When Trump takes office, we will use the resources to take care of our community that the DNC and the Black Democrats refuse to advocate for. FBA, January 20th, 2025 can't come quickly enough. This is why over 70% of the DNC staff has gotten fired, and why they lost. They will continue to lose every 4 years. That's a little crazy in the way it was written, but you get the idea. Let's look at it.
Yeah, that's Skid Row, y'all. They got all that money to give to the Biden Harris administration. They had all that money to give to these illegal immigrants and shit, but they don't got enough money to take care of the American citizens that's here. This is downtown Los Angeles, the Skid Row. That's how it is right here. And this is Cabot de Leon district, which is one of the most racist areas in Los Angeles. That racist LA City Councilman that they voted out. They got all that money to take care of these illegal immigrants, these non-citizens, but they don't got enough money to take care of the American citizens, though. That's why the reason why Joe Biden came here is lost. And most of these people that's down here are foundational Black Americans, or descendants of freedmen that's down here. And this is a Democratic-ran city, though, too. I'm letting it show the family is that this is how it is ran by a Democratic-ran city and Democratic-ran state. That's why half of California damn near flip and turn Republican, though, because of this reason. And they don't have sanctuary cities support them, but they don't have no sanctuary cities to support the American citizens, though.
So you see that. And truthfully, that's a pretty cleaned up version of Skid Row. I ain't never really seen it that clean. I don't get over there often, but sometimes my GPS will take me over by Skid Row. And it's mostly us, unless we've been incarcerated or been removed to impress dignitaries that come and visit. This is what they're planning to do when it comes to the Olympics. Yeah, they're going to plan to clean it up, corral all these people, all of the Blacks and all the homeless, just like up in the Bay Area, where they took the homeless away from some foreign dignitary that came through there. Folks was looking for their family and couldn't find them, okay? Because they had cleaned up the encampments to try to make the city appear like it was, normal. Ain't nothing normal about this amount of homelessness, and especially that it's our people suffering from joblessness, housing. Okay, I'm going to bring a series back that is actually going to talk about, how we're sleeping with the enemy. I want to expose people that are actually us who are undermining us. I'm going to be bringing that series next. The ones who actually descend from our lineage, like Maxine Waters, laughing at the homeless. When they were asking, where are the housing vouchers? Well, when you put a Latino in charge of housing vouchers, who do you think she's going to be giving those housing vouchers to? So it's not just these melanated immigrants that we have to concern ourselves with in terms of voting them into power. We also got to dig deep
into the voting history of those that descend from our line. We're literally sleeping with the enemy from people who are in our own lineage. That's a whole nother series. Let's keep going. Oh, child, this stuff just makes me hot. So Karen Bass wants to cosplay us while not doing a thing for us, but making sure that we are legislated out of the state so she can do more for her real people. That's what's happening here. That's what I'm showing you. Let's keep going. Oh, where is that? Oh, stop screen. Okay. Share screen. Okay, let's keep going. Hold on, guys. Like I said, I put them in order, and they're out of order for some reason. No, not her. That's coming up next, that segment. There was one where she was celebrating with her family that I want to show y'all. Is this one it? Y'all are sick. This is one from Kamala. She's not Black American. Let's close that one out. We did her last week. Okay. Let's share. Okay, we shared that one. That's the rest of that. Okay. Y'all, I apologize. Okay, what is this one doing? Hold on, guys. So, here's another one. She is not a Black American woman. She's of Salvadorian descent. Her family isn't from here, which is why she's more loyal to Hispanic people and not foundational Black American freedmen. She's no different than Kamala trying to cosplay our ethnic identity that she is not. Karen Bass slam, race debate ignites. Busted. Yeah, so our people are exposing they're exposing the madness, the nonsense, where we've got all these cosplayers who love pretending to be us, and they simply are not. Let's keep going. CC Friedman states Karen Bass is not a Black American. She's Mexican. LA has the largest community of Mexican descent outside of Mexico. Last night, we lit City Hall to celebrate not only Mexican Independence Day, but the significant contributions from the Mexican American community to our city and beyond. Viva la Mexico. This is who she's fighting for in the name of Blackness. For the vote. Her people. Here's Nuri Martinez. You know, the one that called that gay white couple's black son a monkey? Yeah. Let's get into it. No, she's not. Karen Bass and anti-Black racist Nuri Martinez are besties. She even endorsed her. Ain't that right? At CD6 Nuri. This is the woman who was caught on tape disparaging a gay white couple's Black adopted son. He was around 2 years old. She called him a monkey. But the biggest, most egregious aspect to the predominantly Hispanic, Latina, whatever you want to call it, council is the redistricting. That's what got lost in translation. They were literally redrawing districts down here in LA County to make sure no Negroes would be on the city council to advocate for Negroes. Let's listen to what she's got to say.
Today is a day that we could have only dreamed of as little girls. The first Latina council president endorsing the first woman mayor of the city of Los Angeles. Today is a day that we could have only dreamed of as little girls. The first Latina council president endorsing the first woman mayor of the city of Los Angeles. Today is a day that we could have only dreamed of as little.
When have you ever heard a Latina? Hold on, guys. Let me stop it. It's still going. When have you ever heard a Latino sit up here and advocate for Blackness? Let's look at this video. Hold on, guys. When? Hi, Ben Bay. Hi, November. Listen, I'll be over to answer your questions and comments, co-host, in just a few. Let me finish this out, okay? Okay, so when have you ever heard a Hispanic show up to endorse a Negro? Ever? When? I'll wait. Put it in the chat. Keep going. I'm going to wait while I keep sharing because we got a lot to get through, a lot more slides left. I want to get this stuff done and have this chapter be done. Hold on one second. Let's look at this video. Nobody told me Karen Bass was Kamala Black. Let me blow it up so y'all can really see it good, okay? Yeah, y'all can see it, right? Okay, good.
We're with Karen Bass and her modern family for a delicious brunch.
And some fresh cut fruit.
Prepared by her son-in-law. In the 80s, Bass gave birth to Amelia, with then-husband Jesus Lechuga. Those children include Yvette and Cynthia, who gave us their first TV interview of the campaign.
What does Karen Bass mean to you?
I mean, she means everything to me. She's my mom. One of them, but she's been there when it's been the hardest.
We're with Karen Bass and her modern family for a delicious brunch.
And some fresh cut fruit.
Prepared by her son-in-law. In the 80s, Bass gave birth to Amelia, with then-husband Jesus Lechuga. Those children include Yvette and Cynthia, who gave us their first TV interview of the campaign.
What does Karen Bass mean to you?
I mean, she means everything to me. She's my mom. One of them, but she's been there when it's been the hardest.
We're with...
And this is the problem I've got with the weakening of the Negro out here. Because what this woman did, I got two issues. What this woman did was she drops Lechuga to win the black vote, and now we're 3% out here. She gets in office, she drops Lechuga, goes as Bass, plays off her afro, okay, plays up her natural kinky hair. She could be, she could have some black Latina on her side as well. I don't know. But because of skin tone and the texture of her hair, she drops Lechuga and cosplays blackness for the black vote. We were once 17% out here, family. We're now 3% because of cosplaying people like this who morph like chameleons into this whole other black being for the black vote to our ethno side. She ain't done a hot damn thing for us, or we wouldn't be 3% and her group be over 50%. This is what happens when we continually vote blue no matter damn who. U.S. House of Reps she's been for the longest until she recently became mayor. Cosplaying blackness. She ain't talked nothing about her Lechuga side or her Salvadorian parents or none of this kind of nonsense. Has done none of that. While LA sets ablaze, it becomes, they're discriminating against me because I am a Black woman. It really grates on my last nerve. The other thing I need to mention, and why I'm going to bring a series on Negro love, Negro marriage, Negro babies, is because I believe, just like Samson, when his hair was cut off, that was where his strength was. I believe that all of this laying around, hold on one second, guys. I'll call you back here, sweetie. I believe that all of this race mixing is problematic. The same way it is for Karen. Let's say for kicks and giggles, there is some Black in her line somewhere. You know, I don't know about Black American, but let's say there is. The challenge I have when folks sit up here and do this biracial thing with all these other women, I'm sorry, y'all. Hold on one second. I'm trying to silence this phone. Just give me a second. Okay. Yeah. Let's say, for example, she does have some Black somewhere down her line that contributes to her kinky hair and her skin coloring. How in the world, as a Black man laying up with women from other cultures, are you going to have the strength to fight when this invasion comes into your community? I look at the difference between the Chicago fight and the fight out here. When our people were being bombed out of their stores, their businesses, and their housing, and LA did nothing about it. Because a lot of this interracial sexual access, I believe, weakens us. I believe that you can't fight when you're looking down on Ling Ling, and that's your kid, on Maria and Jose, and those are your babies. I don't believe you've got the same fight you would have if you were fighting for the Negro woman, Black man, for the Negro children. And I'm going to bring that series to you because when we were marrying each other, when we were procreating with each other, we were stronger. And that's why we were targeted with the war on drugs and the war on poverty. That's how the Black men ended up being removed from the household. Welfare, all this stuff, removing our men from the households. Very different from when I was growing up. Very different. I had my father in the house. Okay? He was my stepdad, but my mom had a husband in the house. And that's what I grew up with. And I find that we were far more stable when we didn't have all this interracial sexual access. As a community, we were growing, and that's why this government chose to destabilize the Black family. Because that was our power. We didn't have as many degrees as we've got today, but we had gainful employment at the car manufacturing plants, at National Cash Register, okay? We were those workers that Trump talks about, the Black jobs. They're taking Black jobs away. Now, the Democrats got no problem talking about a Black job when they say it, but let Trump say it. All these jobs that they possess were once Black jobs. And so, yeah, I'm going to be bringing that series about how we were stronger when we stuck together, when we married one another. Now you got some red pill passport bro kind of nonsense movements to try to disparage the Black woman who's had no other choice but to get education and get advancement in the workplace to take care of the children as single mothers, which hurts our sons. They don't have any examples of Black strong men in the household anymore, holding it down and taking care of business. And so, yeah, I'm going to bring that series, but let's continue. I just wanted to share with you the TRP, the reparationist perspective on that. It makes me harder than fish grease to see what we allow. Black Negro, Black American Negro love is revolutionary. Black American Negro love can help you close the racial wealth gap. If you're making $50K and she's making $50K, that's $100K coming into the household that you can build on. We need to be concerned about extending our lineage, about sustaining our lineage. They've given us the war on drugs, the war on poverty, welfare, and abortion. The demon rats. That 92% of Black women went out and turned to vote for Kamala. 78% Black men. 77%. That's a problem. That's a problem when we call ourselves to be Christians or whatever spirituality you are, into all this selfishness, into abortion, into transgender agendas. I'm not talking about, I don't have a problem with who you lay with. I have a problem with you propagandizing it and selling it to our children and telling our children, new scum, that they don't have to tell us how they identify. They don't have to tell us when they're getting surgeries. Tampon Tim. And Black folks go out and vote for this ticket? You've gone mad. You've gone mad. You've lost your mind to think any part of the Democratic Party is good for the Negro, and hasn't been, I would venture to say, since the civil rights. That's when we should have been weaponizing our vote. Oh, I'm sorry to be screaming, but it really makes me angry to see the niggerants in our specific lineage. Well, we've got them. I'm one of them. I am from the descendants who fought back, as are you, or you wouldn't be spending your time with me on the weekends to talk about it. Yeah, I'm sick of it. We need to marry. We need to promote marriage to our children. That's part and parcel why I put my daughter at an HBCU. She cannot believe all the attention she's getting at an HBCU from the young men who are going on to have careers, have their own businesses. Yes, I teach it like these white women teach their girls. You're not down there just for a degree. You're down there to meet and date. Dating is for data. You're down there to be amongst the best of the best, to rub elbows with the best and the brightest from our lineage. She doesn't get that in a place that's predominantly Little Mexico. That's what I call California. It's become Little Mexico. No, I pay 2.5 times more tuition for her to go to an HBCU, which is criminal, in my humble opinion. Why in the world are Negroes of all people, our tuition is $50K a year, while the state schools are $20K a year? How in the world can Negroes attend? So what you get is a bunch of boule Negroes, the ones who are down there, selling these kids on voting blue no matter who, to their own erasure and replacement with immigrants. That's what's running the HBCU now. Because like I told you guys in the past, those are the ones that they're paying our reparations, taxes, and Social Security to. So those are the ones that can afford to go there. Let's all together again, family. African blacks were 60,000 liquid to U.S. black 200 liquid. They were 54% degreed to our 44% degreed. Their median income was $113,000 to our $53,500. Hispanics were 17% degreed. Their median income was within $3,500 of our median at $50,000 20 years ago here in LA. You can look it up on a free PDF download. So what Negro family, even though 44% degreed in LA, could afford to send their Negro children out of the state? Because we don't have HBCU here. What Negro family with a median household of with a median liquidity of $200 in LA can afford to send their Negro children to an HBCU to prayerfully find another Negro to marry and procreate with? You got to put this stuff together and understand that you've been voting for your own erasure and replacement with immigrants. Let's keep going. Y'all got to get this. Y'all got to get it because we got midterms coming. And I need you to weaponize the vote. Go in there and hold your nose for closed border candidates. Deportation, closed borders. Or just flat out red. I'm sorry. I don't want to hear folks bellyache about the fact that the blue is no longer in control. Look at the blue cities and states throughout the country. We are in ruin. And I'm here to tell you, once they've legislated you down to 3% in some of the blackest cities and states throughout the country, where are you going in with what? You better fight like Chicago Red. Y'all need to, Atlanta, North Carolina, y'all need to talk to Chicago Red. I know it's uncomfortable. Nobody wants to be under red rule. But I'm here to tell you, MAGA ain't trying to kill us off. They're fighting demon rat mayors and governors right now just to get the criminals and the murderers out of our communities. How can this be okay? These are the same demon rats y'all keep voting into power. These immigrants are murdering and raping people in our communities. And the Democrats are fighting them with our tax dollars. Gavin Newsom out here is fighting Trump. All the while got your hand out to help you rebuild LA before the Olympics come through here. Y'all better get this. Y'all better pick up what I'm putting down. Y'all got to get this. And y'all, each one got to go teach one. This is serious business. Let me share my screen. Hold on, guys. I think, and let me just move on, child, because it is so hard. Listen, I'm just going to go in order. I don't like all these pregnant pauses, okay? Yes, you are absolutely right. Karen Bass is a Mexican woman who has cosplayed being black all her political life. Let me shut that one down and just go through the ones I've already shared you so I can get them up off my screen and not have to keep repeating them. Stand by, family. Please be sure to like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications. Welcome to the live. Just a second, family. I'm coming back. I just got to get some of this stuff cleaned up because it's making it very difficult to get to the stuff I want to show you. Okay, hold on, guys. I'm coming back. I think we're going to do, we'll see who comes up next and we'll get through all those slides as quickly as we can, because I think we still have a part 2 to get through of that live from last week. Okay. Yeah, we do. Hopefully I can cue it up in the right spot where we left off. Okay, hold on, guys. Just a second. Thank you for your patience. Y'all know I wear all the hats. I'm the little engine that could over here, y'all. The struggle is real. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Okay, that's that. So we got to get to that one next. Okay, let's share. Thank you for your patience, my loves. Okay. I appreciate you. I really do. Okay, hold on, guys. Okay, that's Obama. I don't really want to. I want him to be last before I go into that thing. So let's get to Ann Reid. I think that's all the slides that are left. So let's talk about Ann Reid. See, this is a problem. This is a problem that these people have been able to come up in our spaces and call us Russian bots, all the while cosplaying us to get into these mainstream media spaces and make millions. I think Ann Reid may make about 3 to 5 million annually, something like that, cosplaying us. So let me show you her going back and forth. Let's deal with this one over here in Racebook. I had to dig this one up. This is when we first formed the former ADOS movement. At the behest of Yvette, who said, go out there and be the solution. And that's what we went and did. Just to recap. When we first joined, this trick had this trick on here talking about we were Russian bots. This is from Breaking Brown, February 2nd, 2019. We were new at this, y'all. We were babies. But we were determined to upset the norms. We were determined to break every chain when it came to this demon rat derailment that we were on, this genocidal Titanic that we were on. We were determined, and we corralled all throughout the country. We had ADOS chapters cropping up. That's how they got the hashtag, because we had already owned ADOS, okay? Yvette, it was her acronym, American Descendants of Slavery. Those were our humble beginnings. Now we know what, family? We want to band together. Black American Negro descendants. So once again, commercial. If you want to be a part of the band, which brings together our free and free Negroes under one band on that ACS survey that's coming out soon, please Gmail me at thereprospect@gmail. It's scrolling in the description bar below, and it's also a part of the description caption on this live, okay? Anyway, back to the text. So, Breaking Brown states, Joy Reid attempts to discredit. Well, it wasn't a hashtag then. It wasn't that. We were just ADOS. The ADOS movement by calling it the work of bots. Okay? The movement was smeared by Ann Reid and Digital Sister. This woman's name is Shireen. Okay? So let's listen.
Someone trying to limit support from the Black community for a particular candidate. So these kinds of things that are happening at this moment, we have to pay a little bit more close attention to it, because there is nuance. But there are also identifying factors. For example, right now, from the Black Identity Framework, there's a new sort of hashtag and or identity that's in their bios called ADOS or DOS, which is standing for Descendants of Slaves. So it's the indication that they are someone who was born in, as a descendant in the United States, who's representing Black America and has the vernacular and the language that people would believe is someone who's a part of our community, who's either debating about Camilla or debating about Booker, because that's who just announced, and trying to say, we know who's the most, who's Black in America, and making sure that they're, sort of talking in this vernacular that makes it look like that they are in support. Black American.
I did see a huge uptick in bot activity when it came to when Kamala Harris announced. It's like it just dropped like a bomb. It just happened really quickly, and she was accused of being not really Black. Not really Black.
And that kept going. You could see that happening, but actually there was an uptick of those bots just before she was about to announce. So they were preparing for her announcement.
Yeah, and so Simon,
You see what happened?
I was all but 22.
When the likes of these people, forgive the background noise, clearly it was very difficult to find this segment. I was trying to find it where it was clear cut and you could clearly hear it, but I could not find it. So someone was taping it from their
phone at home. They were recording, and then you could hear a kid in the background. So forgive the background noise. But what I want you to observe is how we, the former ADOS movement, were already exposing to people as soon as Kamala threw her hat in the ring that she wasn't black. Fast forward to her recent campaign, she all but admitted it. If you go back to last week's broadcast, you will see her admit on Club Shay Shay that she isn't black. She's black adjacent, meaning her mama's friends were black. Her mother intentionally put her around blackness, for her to learn our ways so that she could cosplay us for such a time as now. Yeah, that was intentional. She pretty much shares it in last week's live where I show you the video from Club Shay Shay. She didn't tell America she wasn't black because she needed Negroes to put on the cape for her, which 92% of black women did. They fought harder for her blackness, which she ain't black, than they do their own people. They fought harder for her to be us than they fight for us. Because if you are really fighting for your own people, you'd have never cast your vote for Kamala. You'd have cast it for third party, or you would have cast it for Trump. You can't call yourself being for your people and still showing up to vote for abortion and LGBTQ and transgender. Okay? And public school education that's failing our children. You can't love your people and vote for this. I don't believe so. So yeah, you would even stay out of it like many of our people did. I can't get a real count, but the bottom line is lots of people sat it out, which is customary. 40% of us normally sit it out. I'm employing upon us to weaponize the vote over sitting it out. That's what I'm employing upon us to do. Okay? We need to do that because I would venture to say that sitting it out is how we got to the bottom. Not weaponizing our vote like the other groups do. Let's continue. This stuff here. So here we have Sabby Sab, shout out to her. No wonder Angela Reid folded her arms when Jill Stein mentioned reparations. This woman accused ADOS of being Russian bots. Oh, honey, the tea is hot with this one. So here we go. Dap ADOS Tribe says, how ironic was it that Angela Reid was a part of the Jill Stein Breakfast Club interview? So here we go. Black critics of Kamala Harris and Cory Booker push back against claims that they're Russian bots. Angela Reid and Joy Reid have speculated that ADOS, using the hashtag ADOS to critique Harris and Booker, are Russian bots. We didn't have the hashtag at that time. That came later because ADOS was taken by us, the co-founders all throughout the country of the former ADOS movement. But I digress. I'm not going to get into the weeds on that. So yeah, these are the enemies that are working against us while cosplaying us in our spaces, speaking for us, and they ain't us. Let's keep going. Got more to share. This is some bullshiggity here. And they got the microphone. They got more viewers than I've got. They got more followers than I've got. I'll be over to read your comments momentarily, family. I got to finish doing this. Okay. So shout out to Black Alpha Network. Non-FBA shield Joy Reid tried to cosplay Black American culture last night at the RNC convention, even though she's an anchor tether from a Haitian background. Let's get into it. This is what they do.
So it's ironic that they were able to recruit this young woman who, and she's a racially ambiguous. I don't want to say she's Black because she has said she's not. So I don't want to say this Black woman, this woman
Amber
who is of whatever race that she has claimed. She said she's not Black, but they brought somebody whose whole career is based in Black culture. She used to be on a show on BET. That's the reason most people know who she is. She dated one of the most prominent African-American rappers in the business in the history of hip hop. So her whole culture came from Black culture, even though she says she's not a Black person herself. And the fact that she is now the person they're using to try to recruit young people of color and to say that this is the person who is the endorser of Donald Trump, who you should trust, when she won't even claim the culture that brought her to the table. I'm dubious that this will work. I don't know anyone who takes their political cues from Amber Rose, but just in case you do, you might want to duplicate doing your own research because she might not have done it thoroughly. I, too, am the child of immigrants. And African Americans and people who consider ourselves African Americans, some of us have parents who are immigrants who are immigrants from Haiti, from the Caribbean, from Africa, from around the world.
So why in the world? Let's play that again for kicks and giggles.
So it's ironic that they were able to recruit this young woman who, and she's a racially ambiguous. I don't want to say she's Black because she has said she's not. So I don't want to say this Black woman, this woman who is of whatever race that she has claimed. She said she's not Black, but they brought somebody whose whole career is based in Black culture. She used to be on a show on BET.
Is it Joy Reid's whole career based in Black American culture? While she's sitting up here calling the racially ambiguous Amber Rose a cosplayer? Let's continue.
The reason most people know who she is. She dated one of the most prominent African-American rappers in the business in the history of hip hop. So her whole culture came from Black culture, even though she says she's not a Black person herself. And the fact that she is now the person they're using to try to recruit young people of color and to say that this is the person who is the endorser of Donald Trump, who you should trust.
Excuse me, so we should trust someone like her who's a Haitian immigrant? Is that what they said? I'll go back to it. She's a tether. So are we supposed to trust people like her and Roly-Poly Martin who are tethers over here? We're supposed to trust them and take our political cues from people who want our vote to erase and replace us? We were once 4 million upon emancipation. We grew to 50 million. Even though Crayola wanton white supremacists with 3 Ks boot has been on our neck the whole ride for hundreds of years, for centuries, we still managed to get to 50 million. Now, how many more millions will they get to grow to if this continues with the Black vote? Voting for demon rats. Will they reach 100 million? 150 million with our reparations, our taxes, and our Social Security? Let's continue.
When she won't even claim the culture that brought her to the table, I'm dubious that this will work. I don't.
They only claim the culture when it's time to speak on behalf of the culture or when it's time to give cosplayers the vote, like Kamala. Other than that, they're waving their flags. They jumping up and waving. They get to slip in and out of our culture to their economic advantage and to our economic genocide. Let's continue.
Don't know anyone who takes their political cues from Amber Rose, but just in case you do, you might want to duplicate doing your own research because she might not have done it thoroughly. I, too, am the child of immigrants. And African Americans and people who consider ourselves African Americans, some of us have parents.
African Americans and people who consider ourselves African American. You either African American or you're not. This is some nonsense that Kamala did on Club Shay Shay. I don't descend from Black American culture, but my proximity and my closeness to them makes me one. My going to an HBCU and screaming ski-wee all over the campus makes me one. Y'all done bumped your entire heads And I'm exposing all of y'all because I am over it. I am done with this cosplaying us to our ethnocide genocide. I am done. Done. Stick a fork in me.
Parents who are immigrants from Haiti, from the Caribbean, from Africa, from around the world.
Does not make you African American. And that's why we're fighting for delineation. If you want to join us, please Gmail me. I want the ACS survey. And we'll get you connected to that survey to put a band around Black American Negro descendants. So the monies that these people are getting will be funneled to us. That's what we're fighting for. To come out from under all of this palo with all these immigrants who clearly know what to do and what to say for a seat at the table. And if you're not at the table, family, you are on the menu. The Negro is on the menu and has been for some time now. Let's continue. Now this I'm going to show you is priceless because Eddie Glaude, although he gets on my nerves as one of the freaking boule, slipping back and forth into consciousness, into Negro consciousness at his discretion for his paycheck. But here he exposes that the Negro is not a freaking bot. Take a look at Joy's face. Here we go. This is Ken Gutowski. I don't even know who this is. Looks like maybe an ally. Who knows? The look on Joy Reid's face when a Princeton professor tells her that American descendants of slavery are not Russians, are not bots. You can see her seething rage with her cockamamie Trump wig on. However, this panel of talkers still incorrectly paints ADOS as Kamala birtherers and domestic operatives that benefit Trump. Hold on one second.
But I think it's really important for us to
it's low, y'all. I can't.
But I think it's really important for us.
Let me make sure it's all the way up, y'all. Let me see if I can put some subtitles on. Hold on, y'all. Because the volume is low and it's 1:27. I don't see a way to do that under settings, y'all. I apologize, but this is important. I got to play it.
But I think it's really important for us to make some distinctions here. Clint Watts, who's come on MSNBC on a regular basis, has regularly reported that it's not only the Russians. So what we saw in the election in 2016 was in some ways a kind of weaponization of processes that were evident or is evident throughout the American election system. And what he was saying is not only just simply foreign forces deploying these techniques, but domestic forces deploying these techniques. So not only with $100 million, what can Trump do? Right now, what can candidates do? If there aren't any, what can operatives do? Right? So it's not just simply oppo research anymore. Something else can happen in the context of our election system. And in the context of the birtherism and what happened to Senator Harris, there are folks out there, the ADOS movement, the American descendants of slaves, who are making hay in all sorts of places across the country and have a presence on the web. They're not bots. They're not Russian folk. They're actually trying to have an impact on the way in which we talk about race in this country. And unless we understand and be able to differentiate these various forces, we're going to lump them all into the same thing and not understand the nature of the dangers that we face in our election system.
I mean, and listen, I guess the toxic brew that seems to be getting mixed up in the kitchen.
Did y'all see her face? Let's do it again.
right? So it's not just simply Oppo research anymore. Something else can happen in the context of our election system. And in the context of the birtherism and what happened to Senator Harris, there are folks out there, the ADOS movement, the American descendants of slaves, who are making hay in all sorts of places across the country and have a presence on the web. They're not bots. They're not Russian.
Look at her. Look at her with her bad built body Trump wig on. That's a little darker than I've seen. Do you see her seething? This is where it all started, because Kamala was cosplaying us. We exposed it, and so she and Angela Reid with tomatoes and lettuce on the side, shout out to the Black Authority for that one, started an entire smear campaign to call us Russian bots, akin to what Bernie Sanders and all these other and Crooked Hillary. When Crooked Hillary lost to Trump, all of a sudden it was Russian bots. It was Russia. She did to us what Crooked Hillary and Bernie Sanders did to give her cover from having her ass handed to her by Trump, his first term. But she slips in and out of Black Americanness and earns $1 bazillion to be our voice while undermining our efforts for delineation and reparations. This is what y'all keep signing up for when you support these type of people. You need to pull all support from tethers who are in our spaces. That's Roland Martin needs to have all Negro support pulled from him. Ann Reid, all Negro support. And when you see anyone being injurious and trying to sell you the soap on sellout demon rats to keep you in a perpetual cycle of fighting for survival, fighting to flourish in the country of your ancestors. These are the very ones who, under the umbrella of Pan-Africanism, want to be cut into our reparations because of a discrimination that they chose to migrate into, what we were drugged into by chains, by our ancestors paying the biggest price, their lives, to build the wealthiest country in the world. They get to freely come over here and climb right over top of us to our economic genocide. And y'all keep supporting them with your views and your clicks and your vote to your own lineage peril in the country of our ancestors. You're dealing with a party, the Demon Rats, who will not even talk Black to you when we get folks murdered by the race soldiers and the deputized. When Kamala does some trick shit like talk about how she's got to keep nonviolent offenders incarcerated to put out white fires in the White Hills. How many of those lost their lives putting out the most recent fires out here? Nonviolent offenders, while the state turns a profit on the very weed they were locked up for. But y'all keep voting for this. You won't weaponize your vote when the Demon Rats have clearly declared war on the Negro and has been doing it for 70 years. Let me keep going. Stand by, y'all. This is a hot ass mess. Antonio Moore shares, what is Joy Reid saying in this video? She is talking about American slavery as though she is ADOS and has our cost in her lineage. Her parents were immigrants from the Congo and Guyana that came to America to go to college and to pursue a PhD. This is so scattered. It's shameful, is what it is. Let's listen.
Employees they weren't paying, they were feeding. You know, I was thinking about reparations this way. So the way you should think about reparations is, if I put a gun to your head and I say, build me a house. Gun to your head, build me a house. Okay, you build me the house. And then I live in the house. I enjoy the house. I pass the house on to my kids. Eventually, I sell the house for $1 million. And then I say, but you know what? You can go. We're even now. I'm letting you go. I freed you, so you're good. That is the conversation we're having, is that we built the house. You know, they got the money. Mm-hmm. They got to enjoy the house, got all the money from the house. And now they're saying it's fair, it's even. It's not even. So you have to think about that amount of wealth, 137 years of tax-free wealth off of no labor costs, even to feed their employees they weren't paying. They were feeding them table scraps. That's why we eat oxtail, like all the food we eat, right? So ain't nothing wrong with no oxtail now, Joy. And they're good, but I mean, we made it good. We made it hot. Like, we had to make it hot. We had to do what we had to do, you know? But so the reality is, you know, the reparations conversation is about, how do you equalize that? Because once you let me go, you took the gun off my head, I'm no longer having to build you the house. I still don't have anything. Right. I don't have a house. And Americans don't want to even put something like that that's a clearly racial crime down to race. Americans are very allergic to talking about race. It's a weird country that was literally built on racism. Only racism, the American system of enslavement was unique in the entire world, in the entire history. There's been slavery going all the way back to the biblical days. But there's never been a specifically race-based slavery ever until the United States invented it. Like, this country practically invented the idea of racism itself, because it was the system that allowed white slave owners and their allies who had no slaves and would never get any to be allied against these people. Because if you think about it, when the U.S. was founded, they had white and black people under indentured servitude. They both were indentured servants, but this idea that they would take the black indentured servants and say, well, not only are you a servant, but so is your son, your daughter, your grandkids forever. And that you can never escape from being a servant ever. We own your entire family for the rest of your life and their lives. That was invented here. It's something very unique, you know? And so we have to talk about racism. We have to learn to speak to one another without being afraid to, because this country was founded on it. It was enriched by it. You think about the trillions of dollars in today's dollars that were built off of slavery and racism. We have to be able to have these conversations.
Yeah, but you want to call us Russian bots in one breath and then pretend to descend from the very atrocities we're trying to delineate to fight for, to close the over $100 trillion egregious racial wealth gap. I've shared that stat with you guys many times, which I learned from Breaking Brown. So I don't even know how much more egregious it is to this day. But of the $3 trillion household dollars blacks at large share in this country, 14%, mostly melanated immigrants, because they are 14% of the population, share $2.93 trillion. The other 86%, predominantly the Black American Negro descendants, share in less than $700 billion since the pandemic. And whites and white identifying immigrants share hundreds of trillions of dollars. So for you, at the very beginning of our humble beginnings, to sit out here and put a narrative that we're Russian bots, when we're fighting for the 86% who descend from the very ancestors who built the country with their very lives, and now you want to come out and slip into Black American like you descend from the same harms as we do. This is the trick bag, family, of these tethers who are in positions with bigger audiences where their messages can land all over the world. This and the demon rats, they love to weaponize our never-ending Holocaust for their come up, and it's despicable. And that's why I'm here to expose it. I'm over it. Moving on. I'm over it. I've had enough. So JV the Great says, my ancestors didn't slave, sweat, and work hard for Joy Reid to have a job. someone that's from the Congo. So there's a correction. Earlier I said Haiti. I was reading off of some of the X-Files, which is what I call them. I kind of live on X, doing a lot of my advocacy. So I do a little different twist on this broadcast so it's not feeling redundant. You know, I actually comment back and forth with a lot of the stuff that's going on, and I share people's X-Files. And it's the way it helps me to build my content and the way I want to bring it through my lens. So the X-File, JV the Great, they work for Black Americans to have jobs, is what he's saying. Let me back it up. My ancestors didn't slave, sweat, and work hard for Joy Reid to have a job, earning millions annually. Let's just look it up. I'm going to look it up on my phone in the namesake of time. How much does Joanne Reid earn annually? Joy Reid, the host of MSNBC, The Readout, is reported to earn around $3 million a year. Wow, the Negroes' national median income, let's just see what it is. What is Black American median national income? Well, this to me is gaslighting, but AI says our median income is $56,490. I doubt that very seriously, but I digress. She earns $3 million a year cosplaying us, and y'all keep supporting the Readout and watching her, along with Roly-Poly Martin. Let me see what he earns. How much does Roland Martin earn annually? Roland Martin once turned, okay, that's not what I'm looking for. It's hard to get a handle on what he earns. What is the monthly income of Roland S. Martin? Hold on. You see, they love scrubbing this stuff. I do know that Kamala, I want to say she paid Al Sharpton, another sellout. That's a whole nother broadcast of folks who descend from the line, who sell us out for pennies on the dollar. But I do believe, wait, let's see. How much did Kamala Harris give Roland Martin? Roland Martin was paid $350,000 by the Kamala Harris campaign. He's not us. And this is why he fights so hard, giving her cover in that softball interview. This is why they fight so hard for the Demon Rats. They fight hard because they know that we're 50 million to their like 4 or 5 million. Let me ask. Let's ask AI. They've probably grown to 10 million by now. How many Black immigrants are in the U.S.? 4.7 million. They're approaching 5 million. Okay? And let me help you with something. When they import these melanated immigrants, their nuclear families are intact. And they usually come from money. Because they're not bringing no poor melanated immigrants into this country. You see how they got whipped away at the border, and you see them in New York fighting for access to our reparations, taxes, and Social Security that the Latinos get freely. Housing and EBT cards and cash aid and cars and the whole 9 yards. The melanated immigrant is not treated as well if they're poor. The ones with nuclear families and money are on them night flights that Joe Crow was sending over here while y'all was asleep. Back to the checks. They work for Black Americans to have jobs, not even for Kamala Harris, who's Indian American and Jamaican. My ancestors didn't work for Kamala Harris to have these benefits. They worked for Black Americans to have benefits. Obama is not even a Black American. This is why using the skin color is not sufficient. White Americans and Black Americans have been in America the longest, since its founding, and that is significant. That history matters. Most Black women think everything is about skin color, and that's a superficial analysis of the situation. They're not looking at the history. They don't know the history, and they're just so wedded to the political left position, embracing all of their policies, and their policies have been detrimental to Black American. I've shown this to you guys, but let's just play it since he posted it. It'll be good to have it indoctrinated into this broadcast.
To really get away from racial distinctions and idea of race, because that was something that this whole idea of scientific racism had been so harmful to African Americans. And as it turns out, the scientific community eventually got out of that.
Well, I mean, my ancestors didn't slave and sweat and toil and all that hard work that they did for Ann Reid to have a job. She's from the Congo. They worked for Black Americans to have jobs. They did all that for Black Americans, not people from the Congo who are first generation Americans. Not even Kamala Harris, who's Indian American and Jamaican.
Right.
My ancestors didn't work for Kamala Harris to have these benefits. They worked for Black Americans to have benefits. I think even Obama is not even a Black American. This is why using color, the skin color, is not sufficient. It's American experience. It's confusing.
Right.
And this is why I say white Americans and Black Americans have been in America the longest since its founding. And that is significant. That matters. That history matters. And so this is why, and I don't know why so many, and I want to get into this issue about Black women, Black American women supporting. I know it's nonprofit, but Black American women don't understand most of them. Some do, but most of them don't understand. They think everything is about skin color. And that's a superficial analysis of the situation. They're not looking at the history. They don't know the history. And they're just so wedded to the political left position, embracing all of their policies. And their policies have been detrimental to Black America. They need to get away from that embrace of all these policies that are the detriment. So what I'm thinking, they're not doing their homework. They're not reading this cast your bucket where you are. Cast down your bucket where they're not reading this history. They're being superficial. They're just watching the television and going along with what the politicians say. That is not sufficient.
It's not sustainable. It's not sustainable. Let me see here, family. So frustrating. Oh my goodness. Make sure I got all of her slides out the way, and then we'll go into our final cosplayer of this series. I'm not going to belabor this series in this way. The next time I come with it will be with those who descend from our line. But I wanted to bring you a few to help you get into the habit of asking, who the hell are you? Okay? Who are you before you cast a vote? And how did you vote? How have you been voting? And how has it hurt or helped the Negro? And then cast a protest vote when you see that none of them are working in our interest. Stand by. Okay, so that's the end of the segment. I don't see any more slides for Ann Reid. But you really need to withdraw support. So here we go. Barak Obama. The whitest, blackest man I've ever known. If you've been following the broadcast, you know I've shared with you about how he got rid of the Negro identifier. This Kenyan and white man not Black American, not of this lineage, who is sadly to this day, far too many Negroes, white, black Jesus, literally got rid of the term Negro along with Grace Ming. I'm going to try to get through these slides quickly so I can get to your comments and we can get to the rest of that thing, that talk back. I'm going to do things a little bit out of order so that I don't have to be on camera. Well, maybe I'll stay on, but we'll see. I'm a little tired, y'all. Obama signs bill eliminating Negro, Oriental. I don't give a damn about the Oriental part, but Negro is on my birth certificate, as it is 22 million. About half of our lineage has Negro on it. Now, their excuse for doing this was because he and Grace Ming decided that the Negro identifier on the census was offensive to Negroes. They didn't do a poll. They didn't ask nobody if we were offended by the term Negro. They decided to strike Negro as an identifier. Why, family? To use monies that Dr. Martin Luther King had procured for us before he was assassinated, before he could get an opportunity to come and tell us what he did on our behalf. He told them, when I come to Washington, I'm coming to get that check. They killed him. That word never got back to us. And they've been using the money in the Negro name to build the Office of New Americans. Allegedly. I have to say allegedly because I know they're going to try to strike this video for me imparting that information to you. But how in the heaven do you decide with an Oriental woman, an Asian woman, that Negro is offensive if it isn't for some other bigger political grift? Rumor has it from one of my staunchest comrades that this is what happens when you take away the Negro identifier. Whatever earmarked for us in the Negro identifier gets to be misappropriated, repurposed, if you will, allegedly. But this is y'all's Jesus and Obama that folks still defend. He and Michelle, between them, I think they're worth about 150 million. Cosplaying blackness for the vote for 2 terms. And then tell us no to reparations. But you got yours, didn't you, Obama? You got yours. Hold on, y'all. So Dar at Dame Scorpio shares an X-File. Because it makes Democrat liberal feel good to pretend. Barack Obama isn't African American either. His American mother was white, his father Kenyan. But that hasn't stopped Dem libs from constantly promoting the myth that both are African American. Facts are a pesky thing. Yeah. Let's see. Hold on. Let me see if I can make this bigger. I don't know that I can. This post is unavailable. Well, wouldn't that be befitting? Okay. This is Barack's daddy and his mama. There is nothing Black American about a white woman and a Kenyan. This is Kamala's Indian parents. Her mother is East Indian Brahmin caste. That is white in India. The top of the food chain. Her daddy was born in Jamaica and he descends from slave owners on his white hand side. They owned like 1,000 slaves in Jamaica, so they moved there to manage the slaves. But this is who y'all voted for because you want to claim this is black. When they produced an offspring that's working in opposition to the Negro. Do you see the billions they spent to ethnocide us and dump this garbage in our communities? Let's keep going. This is a hot ass mess. An East Indian mother that was white in the U.S., plus an East Indian and Irish father born in Jamaica. They were the Irish. Makes her mixed, but not Afro-Jamaican nor a Black American. You Democrat Afro Shields constantly telling this lie is very alarming. Why? Because identity and respectability parlay tricks that I constantly tell y'all must die for Negroes to flourish. Donald Harris is the father of Kamala Harris. They want to call him a Jamaican American economist and professor emeritus at Stanford University, originally from St. Ann's Bay, Jamaica, of Indian Jamaican heritage. But he's not. He's of Indian and Irish heritage. Born in Jamaica, which is where they moved to manage the slaves. His great-great-grandmother on his patriarch side. Listen to Candace Owens. She has a whole series about this, where she blows the lid off of this lie. Kamala literally has a blue-black looking woman who looks more like the help than her actual grandma, featured in a picture in an autobiography. What's the name of that autobiography? Hold on, y'all. Let me ask AI. What's the name of Kamala Harris's autobiography?
According to Wikipedia, The Truths We Hold, An American Journey is a memoir by Kamala Harris.
The Truths We Hold, lying the whole time, which she finally disclosed on Club Shay Shay, that she's been lying and deceiving those who showed up to the polls to vote for her because she's black, or they're anti-Trump, who is literally trying to restore jobs to the Negro by getting rid of these immigrants. It's not just the criminals they're trying to get rid of. They're meeting with opposition with these immigrants who are in charge of the Chicago public schools. They went over to the schools to get these kids up out of here. And them immigrants, they stood down with the help of Mayor Brandon Johnson, who won Chicago mayor with the black vote, after they refused to listen to me and others warned them he was going to turn Chicago into California. They didn't listen to me when I told them not to vote for Eric Adams. They didn't listen to me when I told them not to vote for Brandon Johnson. They didn't listen to me when I told them not to vote for Raphael Warnock. They ignored me as if I'm not living with the consequences and repercussions of a state that hates us and is seeking to replace us. This channel was born out of my own experiences here in Southern California with this liberal racism in a demon radically ran city and state. Harris was born on August 23rd, 38 to Beryl Christie Harris, nee Finnegan, that's Irish, and Oscar Joseph Harris. So on his white mama's Irish side, that's where the slavery is. The slave ownership, 1,000. Like I said, check out Candace Owens. She has a whole series on this, and it's epic, the way she exposed it and blew the cover off. It's worth a looky-loo. It's going to blow your hair completely back. So she put what looks like the help, some blue black-looking woman who is clearly of Jamaican descent, and passes it off as her own grandma in her memoir, The Truths We Hold. Let's keep going. So here Vernon Jones writes, breaking news that Barack Obama sent out by white liberals to black mansplain to get black men to vote for Kamala. Wait, his mother and Kamala's mother are both white. Well, pretty much what he means white for Kamala's mama is that she's of East Indian Brahmin caste, and in India, that is white. Obama doesn't even have black neighbors, and 99% of his handlers are white. I don't have anything in common with Kamala. No thanks, Bo. Blacks had enough of you and Kamala. So let's listen.
And we have not yet seen the same kinds of energy and turnout in all quarters of our neighborhoods and communities as we saw.
Okay, I'm not going to do it. It's just way too low. But you get the idea. Y'all know what happened. Let's keep going. Nas says, Obama was not a black American who descended from slavery. He had zero blood from the real black American lineage. Obama was a cosplayer and he played us like a fiddle. He did nothing for black Americans. He opened up America to illegal alien Latinos via DACA. He is the absolute worst. And the Office of New Americas. Let's not forget that. And told us no to reparations while singing Al Green as we were murdered by the race soldiers and the deputized during his tenure. Black Americans lost their lives because they put his trick ass in office for 2 terms. He did nothing about it. Neither did his DOJ, Eric Holder. But he sure did sign Blue Lives Matter to protect the race soldier. He sure did sit down and have beers with them when they tried to take out, was it Henry Louis Gates, the 4th or something? The one that does, the celebrities, lineage and all this kind of stuff. I think that's his name. And them race soldiers was trying to give him a hard time. And Obama certainly sat down and had beers with them to try to squash the beef. So I guess Henry Louis Gates would not bring charges against them. Yeah. And told us no to reparations. He set the stage for every president hereafter to shit on us, which is why Kamala, when she was running for office the first time, when she was 4th in her own state of California, when she was running for office, she literally said, I'm not doing nothing specific for Black Americans. Now, if there was a Black American from the soil running for the highest office in the land, would they even remotely say some bullshiggity like that? But see, Barack Obama emboldened her and Joe Crow. And 92% black women went out and voted for this scum. And 77% of black men. All the while you got Latinos talking slick to us for not allowing Kamala to win. In other words, that 28% that I cost them, Chicago Red cost them, all of us who was on that red wave, you got Latinos talking slick like I don't see them in these vlogs that I'm looking at. Mad because we didn't deliver our own ethnocide this last election cycle. And if I had my way, we go protest for several more election cycles. They're not going to see the inside of that White House as long as I got breath. I'm on that campaign now to defeat the midterms, to defeat them in 28. And then the midterms to follow that. And what is the next one? 32, 28, 29, 30, 32? Oh, yeah. Now that I got the hooks into the people and they're paying some attention, and I've got comrades throughout the country that's on this same protest voter strategy. Yeah, the demon rats, you ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't seen nothing yet. The missiles we got for y'all, for your intentional neglect of the Negro. But like I was saying, Obama's no to our repair while bailing out Wall Street and Main Street during the first calamity, the real estate crises caused by our government, the banks, and Wall Street. He chose to bail them out and didn't put regulations on those banks nor audits to ensure that the tax dollars used to bail them out was coming back to the blacks so that we could hold on to the only asset we had to bequeath our children, our homes. Any programs that he had for black folks came way too late in the process. They had already lost everything. Over 50% of us lost the asset we had and will not be able on 56,000 median, on 50,000 median to get back into the market. And now we've lost Altadena, the first historically black neighborhood from the early 60s in Southern California. While they're talking billions of dollars to repair white folks, the rich ones. Trump been down here handing Karen Bass, cosplaying Karen Bass, her whole ass behind what happened, and allowing these white folks to get back into their communities and get those communities cleaned up to rebuild quickly. They didn't mention nothing about Altadena and black folks getting their property restored. 18% of that population was still black. When it's rebuilt, I doubt it will be 18%. Just like Inglewood, it's no longer us. It's been gentrified, which I believe is why the fires didn't visit them, allegedly. Let me keep going. Almost done with the slides, y'all. No, Barack Obama, you're not an African American. You're not a Black American freedman. You're a Kenyan American. We're definitely not taking political advice from somebody who's suffering from an identity crisis. That was Harriet Tubman's pistol, underground politics.
That we are a nation of immigrants. I can
You hear this,
be African American.
We're a nation of immigrants. No, the hell we're not.
Of course, I'm the first Kenyan American to be president of the United States.
We are all Jews.
And of course, I'm the first Kenyan American to be president of the United States.
Which one is it?
Well,
No, which one is it?
Which one is it?
Which one is it?
Part of what I realized was that if the world saw me as African American, then that wasn't something that I needed to run away from. That's something that I could go ahead and embrace. And the interesting thing about the African-American experience in this country is that we are sort of a mongrel people. I mean, we're all kind of mixed up.
Yeah.
We are a nation of immigrants. I can be African-American.
And of course, I'm the first Kenyan American to be president of the United States.
We are all Jews.
And of course, I'm the first Kenyan American to be president of the United States.
Which one is it?
Well,
No, which one is it?
Which one is it?
Which one is it?
Part of what I realized was that if the world saw me as African-American, then that wasn't something that I needed to run away from. That's something that I could go ahead and embrace.
You mean that's something you could use to cosplay us to take a hold of this country for 2 terms while doing absolutely nothing on our behalf? You weaponized African American against us to our peril, to our economic genocide, while producing white millionaires up the wazoo, right? That's what you did. Identity and respectability politics must die for Negroes to flourish. Let's keep going. Barak is half white supremacist, half Kenyan, and neither one of those is a Black American descendant of the enslaved. This is his grandpa. He was raised in Hawaii, and when his grandmother retired, she gave him $500,000. His white grandmama on his white mama's side. And that's his white mama. This is why we must delineate. If you'd like the ACS survey to help us out with delineation, we need 2 million signatures. When you receive the survey, please share it with others. Please Gmail me at thereprospect@gmail.com. We must delineate, or we will become extinct based on skin tone, and allowing everyone to identify as Black American or African American to our own ethnocide. Harriet Eve says Barack Obama is a guest in Black America, and the Black American community, he's nothing more than a hand-selected propagandist tool in blackface for white supremacy. Obama was selected POTUS because the white establishment knew that he had no connection to Black America, racially, ethically, or culturally. Me speaking. When demon rats be for it, we must be objectively opposed. When we saw all them white folks in Iowa voting for Barack Obama, that was a hint and a half for our ass to vote in its opposite. That was an opportunity to weaponize our vote. We missed that opportunity. Soil, tribe, we missed that opportunity. Always remember from henceforth, if you see demon rats and white folks, white immigrants and white identifying immigrants supporting anyone that looks like you or me, you vote its polar opposite. And when you see they got a disdain for the thing like a Trump, that's the person that you should vote into office. That's how you know. So all together now, when demon rats be for it, we must be objectively opposed. When demon rats are opposed, we must be for it. Obama was selected POTUS because the white establishment, I did that part. The audacity of his condescending, diabolical POS who did absolutely, piece of you know what, who did absolutely nothing for Black Americans in 8 years. But he's telling Black American men that they need to vote for a non-Black woman who has violated the Black American community consistently and who is married to a white Jewish man. Don't get it twisted. These are the very same Black American men that the condescending Obama called Pookie and Ray Ray and thugs. So you see what that cap says. We are done. The mud is done. Okay. Let me see if that was it. I'm down to the last slide or two. Reparation is... No. Harriet Eve goes on to say, Barack Obama is not Black American, and neither is Kamala Harris. Both are persons of color, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's the racial lies, the Democratic propaganda, and the insult to the intelligence of Black Americans whose ancestors fought and died in America as constitutional 3/5 of a human being that forces Black Americans to call out the lies. Barack Obama talks of Black Americans and the Black American culture through the lens of literacy, whereas Kamala Harris is just cosplaying caricatures of what she believes is a true representation of a Black woman through stereotypes and propaganda. We are not the same. While y'all sitting up laughing at Trump, remember this fool told y'all Flint water was still good. So that concludes this segment. It concludes this portion of it. I wanted to get to y'all's comments. Oh my God. 5:36, 37:30. I've been on here 2 hours and almost 15 minutes. Oh my God. Okay, let me stop sharing this. Oh Lord. I had no idea. Well, this is the challenge when I'm only over here once a week, child. It makes it a long video, child. But we got to get through it because it's just too much. Okay, let me see if I can get through some of your comments, and then I'm going to share the second half of that room from X-Files that I shared the first half of last week. We were about to get into the public back and forth, and y'all need to hear it because I am hopeful that it's going to give you a broader understanding of why we must band together. I want you to hear some of the back and forth and what happens in these back rooms as the Negro fights for delineation and reparations, okay? Well, right now we're working to delineate so that we can be at the table where they're currently giving out the government, that is, trillions to all these other groups to erase and replace us. And so when we band together, when we put a band around the Black American Negro descendant, then we can get those trillions funneled to us specifically. But we can't go and get this done in confusion. So we need about 2 million strong so that we can get this going through the ACS survey that's coming out. Gmail me at thereprospect@gmail.com if you want to be a part of that survey. So let's get into it. Lord, what am I going to do? Okay, so in the namesake of time, I'm just going to speed and read the most relevant. Okay, guys? And then we're going to share the rest of the video, the space. Gwen XOXO. Hi, my beautiful Angela. Oh, thank you, my love. I'm hearing you about Mayor in LA. That is something else now. She wants to be Black. Everybody wants to be Black all of a sudden, but I'm getting ready to take a shower, got an appointment. Okay, my sweets. Well, I'm going to take that down because it's a big statement. Yes, everybody wants to be us only when it comes to tethering themselves to our amendments that were intended to make us whole, that were intended for us to flourish. All of it's been weaponized against us to give white and white identifying immigrants, because they're all immigrant here. Okay, I'm going to bring Arthur Ward on. He did say that there were some whites here before Columbus. There were other groups here before Columbus. I don't know enough about that to speak on that specifically. Okay, but I know that we were here before Columbus. There were African explorers that got here long before Columbus found it. And he didn't, you can't find something that ain't lost. Okay, let's just keep it a buck. But yes, folks only want the advantages of the Negro while getting all of what they need to climb over top of us, right? They get all of what they need to, all of what is due us, they'll get to climb over top of us and then want to close the door. Next week, I'm going to deal with DEI and how it ain't serving you. I got the data that it serves white women. In the name of Mr. George Floyd being lynched by Chauvin, 76% of white women have benefited from DEI. 3.6% of black folks. I bet you if you had delineation, you would find that the majority of that 3.6% is melanated immigrants. DEI is not helping the Negro, and there's no data to support that it was something that the Negro should be wailing and gnashing their teeth about. I'll bring you that next Sunday. We're going to deal with the end to birthright citizenship, which was intended for the Negro to become American after slavery. It was not intended to make all these immigrants that step one foot into the country and drop a baby over the line to be able to have anchor babies. That was not the intent. We're going to get into it. We're going to get into how he wants to dismantle the EEOC. All of that is going to be next Sunday. But yeah, they only want what was supposed to benefit us, and our government, yet again, has been the ones to give them. These people ain't taking nothing. They're being given our reparations, our protections, our taxes, and our Social Security. Thank you, Gwen XOXO. Yes, hit the like button, y'all. When you hit the like button, it bolsters the algorithms so people can find my content. I am being shadow banned. And if you feel so compelled, shout out to the Searles family for always blessing the broadcast. I appreciate you guys more than I have the words to convey. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And to those of you who have also contributed to the channel, I want to thank you as well. I called out Rasan Sorlis because they pretty much every broadcast are blessing the channel to keep the content going. If you feel so compelled to do the same, please do so at the Cash App, $TRPTV. Thank you in advance. Let's stay on code. Have a beautiful week, says Gwen XOXO. I'm just jumping through. They had those trucks out there the entire week. Hi, route trackers, not there the entire week. You only saw black folks going in and out of them. Oh, I did want to share that with you guys. Let's do that here, memorialize that here. Let me see, hold on. Abortion trucks. This is Kamala. She wants us to abort our babies. That's what she ran on. As if that was something that the Negro was demanding, more abortion. We've given probably close to 100 million babies back to God. She wants us to kill our children while saying she ain't going to do nothing specific to help our group, to keep our children, to keep our families flourishing. all the while allowing illegals to birth citizens under our 14th Amendment birthright citizenship. You see the devil in the demon rats? I hope you do. Abortion trucks outside DNC convention. I'm trying to find the video. Hold on, y'all. Let's see. Okay, hold on. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. I'm trying to. Hold on, guys. Let me share. Hold on. Just a second, guys. I was trying to find right where the abortion truck was sitting outside of the DNC. Hold on. Now, first of all, Trump never wanted to upend abortion. He was saying it should be left to the states. It should be left to the states. I agree with that. So, it says the mobile health clinic. I'm trying to find that footage, y'all. Just give me a second. This is important. I meant to include it the last week when we did this segment. I beg your patience, okay? Hold on one second. Let me go back. Video of abortion trucks outside the DNC convention in Chicago. Hold on, guys. Okay, here we go. Let's share the screen. This is what was going on at the DNC convention. While they over there caping for the black vote. Let's abort some babies. This is CBS.
Today, Planned Parenthood offered some of its services in a mobile clinic near the United Center. It was one of 7 locations in the city and suburbs opened during the DNC. The group providing free vasectomies, medication abortions, and emergency contraception. Yesterday and today, that van was parked just a few blocks from the UC. A spokesperson says one goal is to help people who are here from states where access to those services may be limited.
And we're just really excited to provide the opportunity for the thousands of folks who are coming to Illinois to demonstrate for them that, it is possible to start closing some healthcare gaps for folks.
Planned Parenthood says it served between 20 and 30 patients over the last 2 days. The mobile unit is not connected to the convention.
Gives you a snapshot of all the. So this is what the Democrats thought of the black vote. Let's offer up some abortions. While we're in there campaigning for the black vote, let's kill more black babies. It's despicable that 92% of black women voted for this and 77% of black men. So Ivy Dream says Janaea Star is a good site to research famous people's genealogy, if that's something you guys are interested in. Foundational Black Americans, Ivy Dreams, and old stock Americans better wake up. We are being replaced by foreigners, especially Latinos and Indians here in California. Teach, Ivy Dreams. I've been sounding the alarm. It looks like the tide is turning. Some people are actually listening. The fact that we turned out 28% of the vote for Trump, 28% of our registered voters voted Trump, means that folks are waking up because they're starting to see it encroach in their communities. But by the time you see it encroaching in your community, it's already too late. The only way to turn it back is to weaponize your vote for candidates like Trump. He is the only one I would have voted for. There ain't a rhino out there that would have got my vote. I'd have probably voted third party or wrote myself in. Because I wasn't a fan of Jill Stein's either. Her nor Cornel West, who's got a white wife. I don't believe you can fully be about the Negro flourishing, sleeping white. I heard him caping harder for Palestinian babies than I heard him caping as hard for reparations and delineation and our own babies. I'm all crying out over Black babies. The hundreds of thousands that are missing through sex trafficking and organ harvesting. That's who my tears are reserved for. So they were for abortion, and neither one of them had an agenda to deport and close the borders. So as far as I'm concerned, they were absolutely not Jill Stein, absolutely not Cornel. And when I heard Jill Stein speaking on reparations, she was trying to flat the reparations after she saw the fight we went through out here in California to get lineage-based reparations. That's the trick shit she was on. Let's give it to everybody because she knows race-based reparations will never get done in a country that's gotten rid of race. When racism still exists. These folks want to migrate to this country and think they're due the reparations that my lineage is owed after they sold us into slavery. And that's what Jill Stein's trick ass was on. That's why she wasn't going to get my vote either. I would have probably wrote my name in if there was a write-in part. You know, a lot of our stuff out here is automated. Or I'd have skipped it all together. But I will still show up to vote against these demon rats locally because that's where you're being erased and replaced. The federal politics don't hurt you like not showing up to the polls and choosing to vote the couch instead of weaponizing your vote against the likes of a Nuri Martinez, who gets in power and gets enough of her people in power to redistrict to keep Black folks out. So we can't advocate or fight for ourselves. And they're getting paid multiple six figures to legislate the Negro out of the state of California, coming to a state in a city near you, a democratically run one at that. Y'all keep it up. Carolyn Quinn says at TRP, when can we expect to hear from Ahsun about the 3020 and 3025 surveys? Also, can you share with us the name of the email we should be looking for? It's fine if you don't know. It's okay, just asking. I will ask Ahsun about that because I've been forwarding your emails to her. So I imagine that the survey hasn't come back yet, which is why you haven't seen a response. But I will speak with her because she should at least respond. Let me text her right now. This is how we do this. Oh, thank you. Oh, Lionel Clemens. Thank you so much for the Cash App. I appreciate you, family. Thank you for blessing the channel. Peace, love, and blessings to you. That's my girl, Queen Ahmadiyya Shakur. I love her. That's what she says to everybody that blesses her channel. Peace, love, and blessings to you. May God return the seed you sowed in the Reparationist Perspective channel 1,000,000-fold. I declare and decree. Thank you, Lionel. Okay, so let me just get on the horn because this is how we're going to do this. I can't. Let me see here. Let me just listen. Hey, sis, can you please respond to the emails I forwarded regarding the ACS survey? My viewers want to know when can they expect to hear back from you? Please respond and give them the right expectation concerning when they can expect to receive the survey. Thank you so much. Talk to you later, my love. Peace. Okay. See? Easy breezy, lemon squeezy. Let's get it done right now, Miss Carolyn Quinn. So y'all heard me. It's still going, y'all. Y'all heard me. Shout out my sister to respond to y'all, okay? Very good. Get the business handled. Boom, right then and there. Hi, Ray Alexander. The plan is South to Black Power as espoused by New York Times writer Charles Blow. Have you seen the documentary? Have you read the book? Okay, guys. Well, I still believe we need to be in power. We need to have a plan with money attached to it to help our people migrate back to the South. And we really need to have power. You know how I feel about that. It's so sad. Kenneth Hahn was a white man who helped the Black community, and Blacks won't help us. Oh, my God. I didn't realize Kenneth Hahn was a white man. Well, it stands to reason. Most monuments are white guys. But I didn't even know he helped the Black community. I've got to look. Ivy Dreams, could you email me some information on that? I can promote that on my broadcast. I feel the same way. The race mixing is taking away our wealth. I wish you could ask MJ, Kobe Bryant, too many more to name. It's out of control, Carolyn. It seems like the more money they have, they racing to go lay up with a white woman. And when they pass away, that money stays within the white and the immigrant communities. Which is why our communities stay in shambles. At least LeBron is married to his high school sweetheart. But his son loves the snow bunnies. This is a problem. How can you have a successful Black marriage in your face, but this is who they're going to school with? This is the excuse they use. But they can put him in Black environments where he can meet beautiful young Black girls to wed and to date. Yeah, I'm going to bring that broadcast. That's coming. Now, see, I'm not even going to read your foolishness, Mark Prince, comedian. You know, y'all argue too much to stay. Let me help you with something. Those of you that leave, good riddance. It can make space for the real ones. Because these are lame-ass excuses y'all love to use to justify sleeping with the enemy and making babies with the enemy and killing off the lineage. Yeah, we're not going to let y'all get away with your nonsense. That's what we're not going to do. And these white immigrant women are finding that out because you making baby mamas of them too. Y'all ain't wedding them either. That's a whole nother broadcast. We'll get into it. The full-blooded brothers did want to date me or marry me. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, Ivy Dreams. Absolutely. That's a blessing, but we got to get back to that or it's the end of the line. Everything will be POC and biracial. There won't be full-blooded Negro lineage if we keep up at this pace of laying down with the enemy and his women. The proposition is simple. As many Black descendants of the Great Migration as possible should return to the following 9 southern states: Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, Maryland, and Delaware. Well, What type of jobs will be there for them? Do we have any social capital at the hiring tables? Do we have money for housing? What type of discrimination will we have to face to get housing down there? Do we have enough blacks in real estate that can help us get into homes? What percentage of the Negro is running the politics down there? And are they really fighting for the Negro? Are they in there fighting for immigrants? Good for her. My son thought she was beautiful also. Oh, girl, Ivy, listen. Well, we might have to circle the block on that. They coming up. Okay, they coming up towards graduation. We might have to do some arranged marriage. She'll be back in the summer. Not sure what your son is doing. Would love to see her date your young, handsome son. The track stars that they are. Mama's got to do what a mama's got to do. Okay? Holla. I think I got your number. Yeah, let's arrange some dates. Mulatto rights activist says, call ICE on every potential illegal alien. Amen to that. The mission begins with the states, the true centers of power in the U.S. The states directly control the issues that impact Black lives, education, healthcare, and court systems. Yes, Ray, but once again, are we in positions of power to make our people whole in these states that you're talking about? I keep going back to that. Black people in America should reverse the Great Migration and return to the blackest states in the Union to amass political power. Charles Blow, the New York Times. I'm not opposed to that. I just want to know what the plan is. The plan for FBA's, the solution for Black Americans is to reverse the Great Migration and return to the South. Okay, he is really on that tonight. Tyson Franklin says Walmart got a bunch of Black people now that Trump is in the house. Woohoo! Okay, well, listen, y'all. That's what you've got to do. This is the time to go and apply. Now that he's getting rid of immigrants, especially the illegals, y'all need to start applying up the wazoo for the very jobs you've been denied all this time. That's part of his plan to restore Black jobs. I remember the Breaking Brown Ados days with Yvette and Toe. Yep. What is Shireen up to these days? Don't know and don't care. Alma of Earthia. So this is good to know. The 9 states are Louisiana, 32% Black, Mississippi, 37% Black. Is that Missouri? Alabama, 27% Black. Georgia, 32% Black. South Carolina, 25% Black. North Carolina, 22% Black. Virginia, 20% Black. Maryland, 32% Black. And Delaware, 24% Black to amass statewide political power. Okay, Ray. Is that Ray or Roy? Lord, let me put my glasses on. I don't like calling your name wrong. That A looks like it's an A. Ray Alexander. Thank you, Ray. Listen, I've got plans, but guess what? I am making sure I can procure the equivalent in the employment I've got here in the state of California before picking up everything I know and love and relocating to one of the states that's actually on this list. I'm not going to give that up yet, but I need to know that I've got solid income. With a college-age daughter, I am her reparations until she can stand up on her 2 big financial feet. So yeah, while you've got employment, see if you can procure a position or create a business that you can take to one of these states and not be so codependent on a job. But All kinds of things are tied to my job, my retirement, everything. So I can't just quit everything that makes me secure to go someplace for a maybe. There's ageism, sexism, and racism happening at these hiring tables, Ray. It was trash, that crap interview with Ann Reid. I told a lot of our people about Scamalata, and they still voted for her. I know, Alma. Join my world, honey. But 28% of us voted for deportation and closed borders. Shout out to the 28%. And now we just have to continue to work, because that is the largest percentage of Negroes that have ever, I'm sure there was some melanated immigrants in that number too, that have ever voted for Trump, or at least deportation, closed borders. So we just have to continue leaning in. That's one of the reasons why I'm back live, because we did not deliver Skamala. Okay? We're doing okay. We have to lovingly continue to lean in on these type of messaging to show our people what's going on. Blacks have reported anti-Black discrimination from Latinos in California, Florida, and Texas, and anti-Black tensions will continue to rise as Latinos gain more political power within those states. Ray, you said a word right there. It's the gospel truth. But y'all need to be concerned about holding the line to several of those states that I saw you mention where we need to be migrating to, because the immigrants are taking it over. In North Carolina, I've already shared with you about how Skamala and Janet Yellen weaponized the Freedman Bank Forum to give Luis Pasteur, a Latino immigrant with 126 ethnicities, they gave his credit union, I want to say 70 million or something crazy. In other words, the monies from the Freedman Bank Forum that they would not allow us to come into. We were told by Latinos at the door, they turned us away. I think that was either the third or the fourth year they had done that for them. Look up in the previous broadcast, you'll see it. But the bottom line is we were turned away while Skamala and Janet gave his credit union so much money that he became a $1 billion credit union. And he said he's lending to his people in North Carolina to build businesses and to buy homes. While y'all sitting up here acting as if, as California goes, the nation isn't already going. If it's already in your state, it's too late. That's what I'm trying to stress to you, Ray. You can't have our people picking up and relocating when it's being taken over, and y'all not even stopped the takeover like a Chicago Red in these states. You are making them leap from the pot into the frying pan. It's a gamble. So unless you've got set-asides to help them akin to what our government on the state and federal level are doing to help the immigrants to replace us, it's futile. Because then you'll lose what little you've got on that gamble. Y'all need to be conducting workshops and making sure you can secure our people when they pick up their entire lives and relocate there. The Jessica Diaries. Hi, beautiful. I have a hard time weaponizing the vote when we still lose in the end overall, but I get where you were coming from. Well, Jessica, thank you for getting where I'm coming from, beloved. But listen here. Our people cannot get us caught up in a perpetual cycle of lesser of two evil voting and then want to vote the couch when the stakes are so high. We're literally being erased and replaced in real time. So now we've got the lesser two vote on the backhand side. We got to pedal that back. We got to finally weaponize the vote. And we do get things. We get to get jobs when you get deportation and closed borders in place. Case in point, when Trump was in office, our unemployment in the state of California was 5% because ICE was deporting and not processing these illegals at the border. Unakin to what we just bore witness to, there's a good 25 million of these illegals in the interior of this country. Because folks think like this. We still lose in the end overall. Well, what we have lost as badly as we did under Joe Crow with 25 million illegals now in this country, leaning on our reparations, our taxes, and Social Security for them to flourish while our people remain the highest rates of homelessness, the highest rates of unemployment, the highest rates of underemployment, and Trump was still in office and securing the borders. But don't get me wrong. I'm an independent, and I encourage every Negro in this country to register as an independent and then weaponize the vote. So we do get something. We get deportation, closed borders. The gentleman just shared how blacks are now being hired back at the Walmarts since the Trump ICE raids are coming through. Now imagine once they get at least half of them out of this country, what that can mean for blacks to get employment. Blacks can't marry if they don't have any money. They need to marry and build and make Negro babies. They can't do that in the country of our ancestors, which means they can't do it anywhere in the world because none of these other countries are doing a damn thing akin to what our government on the state and federal level are doing to erase and replace us with illegals, with immigrants. Jessica Diaries goes on to say, I live in Mississippi. Our black politicians are super loyal to the demon rats. Thank you, Jessica. As are ours. That's why I'm going to bring you that segment to show you the Black Americans who are also selling us out. I can't wait to highlight Maxine Waters, who represents now a predominantly Hispanic populace, while pretending to be your Auntie Max. I can't wait to highlight Jasmine Crockett down there in Z formation, getting the Republicans red while sitting up here fighting for transgender rights and throwing them in the same pot as black folks' plight. And this is a problem I have with this Back to the South kind of initiative. If grassroots aren't in power, you're just corralling us into states that will soon become California, where we're 3%. And like my 5-part series on As the Nation Becomes California, where are Negroes growing and with what? As it intimates, that is the question. When it's on your doorstep, it's already too late, and it's being helped with people that descend from our lineage. Unfortunately, these scammers know that some of us will happily vote against our own best interest. It is tragic but I'm working feverishly on this channel to turn that around. And like I said, I got the 28% this time. I'm pushing for at least 50 the next time. But more importantly, to get us to the polls in record numbers to make sure we defeat the demon rats for their intentional neglect of our lineage during the midterms. The presumed alliance, the unspoken conflict between Latinos and Blacks and what it means for America by Nicholas C. Vaca, PhD. Thank you, Ray, for that recommend. I also want you guys to read Back of the Hiring Line by Roy Beck, I think it is. I'm looking in my library. Make sure I got that right, but it's too many books up here to single in on it. Back of the Hiring Line is for certain the name. It's Roy someone, but please read that too. First Blacks came to Los Angeles in 1781. We can fight to stay here if we want to. Ivy Dreams, those of us that are here need to fight because I love California. I don't like the politics though. And I certainly don't like that we're now 3%. But I can't leave until I can secure myself somewhere. I ain't going out here no pipe dreams. Charles Blow, at Jessica Diaries, Charles Blow interviews the mayor of Jackson, Chokwe Antar Lumumba, for the documentary South to Black Power. Ready for real? Chokwe Antar Lumumba. It's not us. Amber Rose's people are from Africa. Whoever controls the governorships in the state legislature controls the finances of that state. With us in the majority, the political party would not matter. What? I don't understand that, Ray. You got to unpack it. Because the people who are the governors and in charge of state legislature controlling the finances of the state is why we remain bottom caste. They're not using it in the interest of the Negro. I don't understand that. A lot of sorors did not support Kamala. Really? How do you know? What's your data source, sis? Because, honey, I was down in my daughter's HBCU fighting one of Kamala's line sisters over this very issue. And I sure got folks in my church that are in the sororities, and they voted for her. So I don't know which sorors did not vote for her. I'm so sick of folks flying and waving all these different flags. If they love all these other countries and cultures so much, then they should probably go back there, says Alma of Earthia. Agreed. Yes, you can fight to remain in Los Angeles, but as your numbers dwindle, your political and economic power would decrease there as well. Look what happened in Altadena. Exactly. I don't think it's worth the fight like that. I think we need to find employment or start a business and relocate to where we would like to be with more of us there. You know, I believe, you know, that until the soil gets in charge of the politics, we're screwed. But I mean, the difference is on the front line of the guillotine, like you are here in a state of California, where a job loss could cost you everything, or the gas chamber, which is a little slower death. But until we get into power, we're doomed. Although, Ray says, although Dr. Eddie Glaude was born in Mississippi and is a Morehouse man, he is married to a Caribbean woman, Dr. Winifred Brown Glaude, a professor at Rutgers University. Thank you for that, Ray. Root Tracker says her eyes were flickering and rolling. Oh, she was hotter than fish grease that he exposed her for calling us Russian bots. Ivy says, please don't make me look at her. I know. Oh, my God. I had to, y'all. I had to do it. It was part of the broadcast. When you pulling out your flag in another land and planting it, that is an invasion, says Modern Vintage. No lies detected. A welcomed invasion on invitation from the demon rats, whom Negroes delivered the White House to. Absolutely seething and hissing under her breath. Mama the bus, you saw that, right? She took a class. You heard her, right? That's what they do. They love running back our history to weaponize it against us to our economic genocide. I'm still brokenhearted over what happened in California with our reparations fight. Ivy Dreams, you saw I read them their beads and then I bailed. Remember? I've shown it here on the broadcast. I let them know I see you. You're not intending to do nothing for us. It was diabolical the way they got us distracted. And I hope in this next recall that we end up unseating Gavin Newsom, because they're doing a recall concerning these fires. I'm hopeful to upend him then for his intentional neglect and weaponization of our reparations fight to stay in power here. As Kenny Rogers said, Black Angelenos must do, you got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, know when to run. It's time for Black Angelenos to fold them and run. I tell you, no lies detected there. Ray, why are you against the Black community in California? He says, I don't believe he's against us. I think he's sending warning shots because it's not going to end well for us. Ivy, you just saw what happens to our reparations fight. When you've got a bunch of immigrants in charge of whether or not you get repaired, you're never getting repaired. So I don't think he's against us. I think he's trying to sound the alarm. It's time for Black Angelenos to fold them, walk away, run, and reverse migrate to the South for political power. Think about your children, your grandchildren. What will Cali be like for them? No lies detected, Ray. Once I secure myself, I will. Probably will be less than half by the time we are in the 4th year. Well, I pray so, and that's why we've got to keep people that believe in his doctrine of American first in power until the demon rats get some act right, which I don't trust them to do. They've been on this clown-ish for 70 years. Who you? Oh boy, they into it now. I am not against Black communities in California. Blacks no longer have political power in California. Economic opportunities are limited by Latino anti-Black discrimination. No lies detected. Ivy Dreams, you already know this. We live out here. Politicians and so-called journalists, the bane of our very existence. They're going to slow walk the rebuild of Altadena after the wildfires. That way people will be forced to quick sell and lose their properties, or they'll overtax their land and properties. And Ray is absolutely correct. And when you don't have the economic power to hold on, You're going to lose it and not get anything for it. They're setting them up for that. Allegedly. Hi, Caitlin M. I always enjoy you. Thank you, beloved. I'm so glad you're over here. Please like, share, subscribe, and keep your notifications on. I know you guys have been emailing me that you've not been getting my notifications. I forgot to even send this notice out right before I went live because I took a little nap and woke up, started like, oh my God, it's almost 5:30. So I forgot. But yeah, I'm going to continue to be mindful to push out the broadcast the day of the broadcast. So hopefully you'll see it in X, in Facebook, and on ScrewTube. But yeah, thank you so much for enjoying my content. It's not for the weak at heart. It's not. I am a brother working to empower our people, says Ray, via state power, where we have the means to protect our interests by controlling states, U.S. Senate seats, and electoral college votes. Well, Ray, what I have to say to that is, if the soil is not running for these seats, no, we don't. They're working for the Demon Rat agenda. Or they're working for the Confederate agenda. And if y'all vote the couch, there's no power in voting the couch. So I disagree with that. Have you seen the documentary South to Black Power by Charles Blow? And have you read the book? I understand fundamentally what Charles Blow is speaking to. But as far as I'm concerned, it's a pipe dream. If you can't shore up the Negro economically, help them relocate to these places on a $50,000 median income for Blacks nationwide, where are they going to get the resources, which cost a good $10,000 to $15,000 to $20,000 to uproot your entire life? And what type of job security, job guarantees will they have? And which type of grassroots are in positions of power to help them flourish in these places that you believe the South needs to go back? It's a pipe dream. If you don't have those plans in play, that is a pipe dream. It says, ditto. Oh, my lips are dry, y'all. I think my lipstick is gone. Okay. That's a little better. Okay. Ditto. I'd never heard of that. They stopped using the term Negro. How is that? This was not talked about. Alma of Earthia, I've been talking about it. I got about 400 videos dealing with this. Is in there. This is in the archives. They won't talk about it on a big mass scale. You won't hear about these things on the mainstream media. The reparationist perspective is telling you, though. That's why I had to come over here, because not enough of us are talking about it. Not enough of us are talking about what he did. And even greater, why? Allegedly. I have to put that on there. Or they'll strike this broadcast, which they can't wait to do. They love to demonetize me. I'm demonetized on most of this content. That's when you know you're getting the truth. Sweetheart, mother is still live.
Oh, sorry.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I see you, Trey Lincoln. Welcome to the live, fam. How can we hold on? Yes, sweetheart, back to this. So yeah, they're not going to tell you these things, but you can look it up. You can fact check me. Don't take my word for it. Look it up. That's all I already showed you. They won't tell you why. They'll tell you that we're offended while not talking to the Negro. We ain't never been offended by Negro being on the census. It's on our birth certificate. Why would 22 million of us take offense? They're lying to hide a bigger, more nefarious scheme to rob the Negro, to give immigrants an opportunity to become more American than we've ever been. How can we have Negro reinstated? It's on my birth certificate too. Family, we're trying to do it under band. If you're interested in joining the initiative to restore everything under the band called Black American Negro Descendants, there's an ACS survey coming out where we want to band Negroes together under Black American Negro Descendants. Gmail me at thereprospect@gmail. Okay? Gmail me. And in that way, when we start to host Zooms about it, then you will be informed and be able to fill in those surveys and help us get the word out. We're trying to gather 2 million people to be in support of the band. And that way you can identify under the band as you please. Okay? Negro, if you want to write in FBA, you can. If you want to write in ADOS, you can. But band brings the free and the free Negroes together to keep these other groups out who are being advantaged with the amendments and the civil rights that our ancestors died fighting for us to benefit exclusively. So yeah, Gmail me. Hi, Damian H. He said, reparations aside, I agree. Glad you see it, honey. Yes, honey. Uh-oh. Dems have done nothing. Not just for you, not just for your people, but for anyone. Amen? Yeah, that's true. But I'm fighting for my people. Hold on, y'all. This looks really weird with all this black. Where's my red, white, and blue? Hold on, y'all. Something's off about the way this thing looks today. Just a second, y'all. I don't see my avatar. Hold on. That is wild. I don't see. Hold on, y'all. Just give me a second. I don't see my red, white, and blue flying in the back of me. I knew it looked really weird. Okay. No. Okay, hold on, guys. I'm so sorry. I don't like. Okay, hold on, guys. I think I found it. There we go. That's better. Hold on, guys. I apologize, but I don't like the way that looks. I can't believe it's been looking like that the whole time. And this is usually blue down here. Okay, I won't belabor. Let me not tarry. Hold on, guys. Come back to your comments. Dems have done, okay. Damien says, I live in LA too. That is correct. Yes, ma'am. The picture looked like AI. I don't know which picture you're referring to. Parents are from, okay, at Angela, CNN, Abigail Daniela Phillip, parents are from Trinidad and Tobago. She misused affirmative action to enroll at Harvard University. That's the same thing Joy Reid did. This is how most of them have climbed right over top of us for jobs that are paying in the millions of dollars while doing nothing to promote the interest and the flourishing of the Negro. This is how we're being used. That's what these two-part series was about. Thank you, Ray, for letting me know that. Yes, okay, it was Dr. Henry Louis Gates. Finding Your Roots on PBS. Thank you, Ivy. But instead, we lost over 12 million homes. My grand uncle integrated Altadena. Wow. When they get in position, then they reveal where they really come from. Yes, Mama DeBus. Miss Angela, I understand we need 2 million to delineate. Do you know how many we have already, or do we have zero? Carolyn, I do believe that we've got a lot of people interested. I don't think that ACS survey has come out yet, but I've written Ahsun. Let me see if she wrote back. Okay. Oh, it's okay, daughter. Oh, hold on. Yeah, she hasn't written back. So I don't believe that ACS survey has gone out yet. We're trying to get 2 million once the survey comes out, but we're promoting it now. That's why I'm saying if you're interested in joining the band to help us fill in that survey, because what we're doing, if you listen to last week's broadcast towards the end, Ahsun comes in while we're viewing the room, the X room, and she was stating that we're going to defeat the OMB, even if this upcoming February 18th, they still refuse to give us delineation. This is another back way of doing it through this ACS survey. So make sure when you get an opportunity, even if you want to fast forward, but I do deal with these folks cosplaying us. It's a really great, great space from last Sunday or last Saturday. I can't recall. The bottom line is I usually don't get a chance to come on until the weekends. I was trying to do this part 2 on Monday, but I get slammed at work way too much. I don't have the energy to push a show out with the demands of my position. So I just decided to move this over to today. It was supposed to go Monday. But anyway, look at the one from last week and you'll hear Ahsun talk about it. So we're trying to get, they're saying that 2 million is the number to help us delineate in spite of the legacy organizations who are trying to stop us and the OMB. So listen to Ahsun on that one, okay? Last week. Yes, baby. Lionel, thank you again, my love, for the Cash App. You are so appreciated. They keep playing in our faces. Yes, they do. Carolyn Quinn says aborting and vasectomies are health care? No. Abortion and vasectomy in the Black community is genocide. You're welcome. I meant they did not. I don't know what that is. Hi, Miss Butterscotch. Oh, Pi 180. Thank you, beloved. TRP, your voice in these matters is very much appreciated. I love y'all. Negro descended strong. Yes, I do. These particular states that Ray continued to mention are having really bad racist problems against Black Americans. To my point, Carolyn, jumping from the pot into the frying pan. I might be 3%, but I've got gainful employment. I own a home, and I'm minutes walk to the beach. I'm not giving that up for a maybe. No, sir, no, ma'am. I'm a Californian, but when I hear things like the Alabama and Louisiana prison systems and the living conditions, I think, what is the point in moving to other states? Of course, it's not just prison. This is my point, Carolyn. Why should we give up position out here if we got position? To come someplace where we're going to experience, listen, as horrible as these politics are out here for the Negro, I don't feel the same racial tensions that I'm uncertain don't exist in the places you guys want us to uproot to. There's one state in particular on that list, that a county that I'm considering moving to has flipped red, but it's still far north enough, without giving away my entire plan, it's still far north enough to not be in the South. I'm really not a fan of the South like that. And the repugnant clans are no different than the demon rats trying to replace us with illegals, with immigration, even in the South. It's happening fast in Atlanta, North Carolina, South Carolina. Yeah. And I don't see y'all having enough power to do nothing about it down there. Bruce says, I can see the demon rats, demonic rats, pulling a trick bag move. Give us reparations while allowing another 20 million illegals in. Bruce, let me tell you something about these whites and white immigrants. They'd rather the country fall like Rome and then right along with it than to see the Negro flourish. But we can still weaponize their intentional neglect of us against them to make sure they never see power again. Unless they steal it. Like they did in 2020. Allegedly. And in my opinion. Hi, Queen of Judah. Ashe, holy regards. Keep it moving. Yes. I put Black American Negro descendants in my family who needs reparations before my sorority. God bless you, beloved. Yes. Round of applause to you, my sister. Y'all, this is the longest live ever, but you're just going to have to watch the archives in baby steps. Let's get to the rest of the balance of this thing I want to share with y'all. That's beautiful, Ivy. I just love you for that. Thank you. Okay, y'all. Let's get to it. This is the longest live ever. We already been over here, but whatever. I mean, I can only come once a week, so I got to get it in. I got to finish it. Finish what I started. Okay. Okay, hold on, guys. I want to share the rest of that room. Oh, hold on, y'all. Didn't mean to do that. Okay. Hold on, y'all. Thank God for rolling with your sister. Okay. I don't know how to get that back blue. I don't like that black, but I'm not going to worry about it. We ain't got time to tarry. Let me share my screen. Hopefully we can pick up right where we left off. Yes. Okay, guys and dolls. Listen up.
Was beautiful. Yeah, that was really, really deep. And
Jake, I thank you for your sincerity of backing us on this, because it's important that people understand that this is about life or death. Like, if we don't get off of the bottom of this sinking ship, our generations in the future will not exist, because that's the goal of this country, is to erase us, to erase our history, which is what you call ethnocide, and then to genocide us. This is not about ego. It's not about who got here first. This is about our survival. Every other community seems to have gotten that memo but us. And we're hoping that our community gets it through at least this first step. Again, we're not talking about reparations here, family. We're not talking about anything when it comes to the criteria. What we will tell you is this, though. If we secure the ban, right, then the reparations fight will be that much easier, because they will know exactly where and who we are. So they will know that we have to go to this particular community down to our zip codes. They will know where we are. They will no longer be able to say they don't know where we are. Also, while we're fighting for reparative justice, in whatever way that looks like, we will finally have the resources to begin to rebuild our communities now. We will have the resources to educate our youth. We will have the resources to do whatever it is that we need. Here in my state, the resources that are now available to me and to one of the commissions that I sit on is strictly because of us doing exactly this. Recognizing that within the existing laws, my community was sitting there and it was going to be overlooked. And it wasn't until one of us got to the table and knew how, because of the education learned here through the social media space, largely, knew how to turn that conversation around. And essentially, we created a victim group, i.e., a community, which ultimately was our community. And where it cannot be challenged about a race or ethnicity, but about the harm that was done to that particular group that happens to be the banned group. And now those resources are being replenished every quarter. And we have direct control over who gets them, who gets that resource, what the resources are going to go to. And so imagine what our community here will look like within a year time. Now, the ACS coding system will allow the rest of us to do that. It will allow you to be able to pull the data, be able to show a pocket, for instance. Maybe in your county, there's a large pocket of there's a large white and other ethnic groups, but there's a 20% pocket where it's the banned group. Now that group can actually be surveyed. And that group can actually see what the needs are of that community. And then they can send resources specifically directly to that community, and then to a specifically a organization that's led by banned people. That's what happens when we delineate and we secure this code. Again, we don't need their approval, because if we don't get their approval, the law allows us to self-identify. We need to identify in the way that we create our community. And that is to select the 3020 code for ban, and then select the 3025 code, which is American Negro. Because as Dawn explained, they do a numbering system that will still identify ban. And so ban would be Black American Negro descendants. And then again, the 3025 code would be the American Negro. And so either way you twist this screw, it's going to come back to our community. And that's what we're trying to do here. So the floor is open. If there are any questions, any comments. I know that there was a lot of conversation going on around this particular issue. So
I'm going to open it up to.
And before anybody go, everybody feel free to come up, because this is about us, right? And being on code with each other. And we're moving the ball forward for the masses of our people. The masses of our fumbled the ball.
That's
for
them
our ethnic
buffering,
group.
guys. That's not me.
And we're gonna end up like the Argentinians. Alan.
All right, I see Snug.
Good evening. Good evening. We have great space. Long overdue, for sure. Salute to the host, the co-host. Let it be known, Jake, Rasheen. I'm glad that our folk are waking us up and are using and standing on classifications that actually were classifications that our ancestors had. My ancestors, I'm careful with the we and the R, because we all have very distinct lineages, stories, and backgrounds, but they all should lead to that, at minimum, that 1870 census and before, not or before. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure that some things were a little bit clear. I want to give credit, actually, salute to Theory down there for helping me understand some of these things a little bit better. I just wanted to say that. And I just wanted to make sure that we know, as far as when we go with the language, the 1870 census would have black on it. The Negro starts popping up on the census at 1930. Now, the interesting thing is that there's about 4 decades of Negro only, with no other monikers, and then after that, then it's black or Negro, Negro or black, and they flip it around a little bit. I just want to make sure that we're careful that we don't conflate Negro with anything before 1930, because remember, the goal is 1870. And Negro start showing up on the census in 1930. There's actually a graphic of it and information of that in the Purple Pill. And also always do remember too that the gaping hole is the fact that people can self-select. There's a lot of people that are trying to put out new terminology, and I always use the phrase, I can identify as a watermelon today, and anybody can just come here and immigrate here and land here, and 5 minutes later just check that watermelon box on the census. The self-selection is the problem. When you look at the census, on what the census calls us, they actually have 2 red flags at the top of the timeline for the census classifications and designations. That one in 1960 is when they first started having that you could self-select race. Ironically, that's when Barack Obama and Michelle and Kamala Harris were born. And then again in 2000, when that same that we have, it first starts showing up in 1850. And oh, sorry about that. Yeah, it is 1850. It first starts showing up then, but prior to it was people of color, or is colored people, if I'm not mistaken.
Actually,
I don't.
black shows up well before, like as early as the 1650s. It's always been around.
Well, we're
well as
talking about
Negro.
this. We're talking about the census.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
the census, the
Yeah, and
first census, the
free people of color, they'll use black, B.
the census.
Exactly.
What the first census is in 1790.
let's not split hairs, but just know that black is an old term. Free black,
It
black
is.
America
I agree with
went
you.
on.
Two things can be true at the same time. I'm agreeing with you, both of you actually. But if we're going to be with this topic and conversation is about the OMB for census classification, is it not?
No, it's not. This,
Oh,
yeah, and that's
please
what we.
enlighten me. Please enlighten me. I appreciate that.
No problem, no problem. So I want to make sure that we are clear on something. All right, the OMB is different than the census. And I keep hearing people talk about the OMB and they conflate the two, the census and the OMB. The OMB is totally different. The Office of Management and Budget, the Office of Management and Budget, which is the OMB, which is who we were meeting with, I guess now 3 to 4 years ago.
Yeah, it's amazing how long it's
Right, it's
been.
been so long. 3 to 4 years ago, when we originally started meeting with them, that is a different office than the U.S. Census Bureau. Two different offices. We cannot conflate them. The OMB controls Directive 15, which is what we were all working on 2 to 3 years ago when we were trying to redefine what Blackness is and to disaggregate our category into its own ethnicity in its own box out of those 7 boxes that the OMB has. The OMB did not accept our proposal fully, but we did get the Sub-Saharan African and we did get the Caribbean categories on the ACS survey, but they did not disaggregate us from on Directive 15, but they did grant it to the MENA.
Okay, I
Group.
want to clarify that the ACS, the community surveys, feed into the OMB. So essentially, we could say we put the cart before the horse. So we will be successful one way or the other.
Absolutely.
But this is actually where we should have started, and this is an easier. It's almost too easy. Like Ahsun said, we don't actually need their approval because it's self-identification. So, but we want to be coordinated and strategic, and they should give us the formal, because we want it to be acknowledged by them. But again, we win either way, so we just have to be unified.
And the other important thing is this. Now, I heard Snug talk about the later census, right? The 1930s, the 1940s, and so forth. In this conversation, that's not relevant for us, all right? And the reason why I'm saying that only pertaining to this conversation about the coding, it's not relevant because you would have to trace yourself back to, at minimum, the 1870 census. To be a part of the band, you will have to trace yourself back to the 1870 census. Now, if you choose to just check off band just because you just want to check off band, we're not going to be mad at you. It just increases our numbers to have more access to resources.
But let's be clear
Right.
on that. The
Yeah.
band now, you don't have to. The whole reason why BANF is a subset is because that is, you have proven that you are a descendant of a freed slave. Band focuses on self-identification. Most people know they've been here, and that's what this captures. It's not, it creates the victim pool, but it requires further documentation when you apply it to, let's say, reparations or a home ownership program. So, but achieving this, we don't need to, people don't need to, they need to know what the definition is, but they don't have to, before they check the band box, to have done their genealogy. A simple, do you have any immigrants in your family, etc. But this is the education that will have to surround it. But yeah, I just want to make that clarification.
Yeah, and what I'm saying to that is, the reason why I said that you would be a part of this group if you can trace yourself back to the 1870 census is because as people continue to take the conversation elsewhere, outside of the ACS coding, I want people to understand that in the later years, a lot had changed when it came to the census. I have family members now, and I have the actual census reports from 1830, where it actually has Negro listed for my family members, right? We know that in 1970, the OMB was created. We understand the history. The point is this: you can check off ban when it comes to the ACS survey, and you will be counted in this group. But when it comes to any type of reparative action specifically for that group, that is where the burden of proof will then fall on you to verify that you are actually a part of this group. When it comes to rather you're trying to get benefits under freedmen, rather you're trying to get benefits under the veteran status under ban, that would be the burden of proof will then fall on you. But as Dawn said, the catch-all right now for our overall group is ban when we're talking about the community and we're talking about who the people are within the ban. And that's the more important part of it, because if you have immigrants in your lineage, if that's where you started, and now you're saying, well, I'm a Black American, you would not be a part of the ban. And you would not be able to prove based on paperwork that you were a part of us.
I'm glad you said that.
Okay.
I'm glad you said that right. I'm glad you said that right there. So, because as you said, you have Black, your parents have Negro, yes. And to be clear, let it be known. Splitting hairs, yes, that's exactly what we're doing. That's the point of the delineation. So Ahsun, you said that you have Negro on census in 1830. Does that were those for people who were free? Because I thought that our ancestors, when they were enslaved, they weren't on the census.
Oh, there were free Black people in the.
There were
There's
free
a
Black
whole list
people.
of Negro slave owners from 1830.
No, that's what I'm saying. Was it free? Were they free? They would have to be free if they were on the census.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
and
Yes.
so you have documentation that has Negro on the census from
Right.
1830 that says Negro.
I mean, if you do,
Yes,
you do, but we're only saying it's until 1870. So if it has any of those, Black, Negro, mulatto, you're in the band, essentially is what we're saying. Regardless of what your status was, whether you were free, freed, descendant of U.S. colored troops, disabled, a veteran.
Right. That's just my point. Is on those censuses from 1870 and before, there wouldn't be Negro on there.
Okay. Okay.
That's all. I'm not being
I mean, that's
confrontational,
fine.
not
No,
taking
that's
away
fine.
Negro.
It's literally fine. Point taken.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's not a big deal. I'm saying that I have people on the 1830 census, and my family members are listed as Negroes. And so, I know my history, right? So I know that part of my family was free Blacks, free as in, or free Negroes, free as in FREE. They were free prior to emancipation, and they were free prior to the 13th Amendment. That does not negate the fact that they are still a part of the band. Was that where you were trying to get clarity, Snug?
Oh, you all gave me more than enough clarity on this. Yeah, but this is good. This is good, and it's a good conversation to have because there's a lot of nuances in this, and it's just so many different reclassifications and renamings and all of that stuff. So I want to make sure that in all of that mess that was created with the census, that it isn't seen as me being detractive on this stage right here. It's just being clear on what that's actually splitting those hairs, because that's how much precision it's going to take to actually do this delineation. I
That's
believe.
true. That's true, and point taken. And that's exactly why, upon further research, we had to step back from the F at the end, the Freedman at the end. So yeah, it is precision is key. So I think that's why this is so great, because we finally boiled it down to its most simple form, and then to the point where it is the government who is actually classifying us. So it wasn't some arbitrary way person felt. The government was basically harming you by racially classifying you is the point, is part of the claim, part of the harm.
And that's an important factor as we move forward. We have to understand that having the 30/20 code is going to help us in a lot of our work, right? When it comes to our argument and the harms that we've suffered. You got to understand that the OMB, basically, they're the God when it comes to the resources and the harms that we suffered. Every federal form has the OMB on it. The OMB is the alpha and the omega of all of our harms, truthfully. And us getting this done is going to start the real blazing of the fire on them. Us recognizing that we are one community with different statuses within that community, but we are still one community. As long as we can trace ourselves back to the 1870 census minimum. And that doesn't mean that you have to trace yourself back there right this moment in order for you to add band onto your ACS survey. But it does mean upon requirement of you being able to access any type of benefits and set aside for this particular group, you would have to verify who you actually are. That is what it means. But ultimately, again, family, we are in a very good position, which is not always favorable for us in this country. This time, we're going to play nice in this sandbox, and we're going to do things the way they're asking us to do right now when it comes to the ACS survey and getting this code. But know this for a fact. If they do not formally give us this code, then we will have to give it to ourselves on their form. And they cannot deny it because we are allowed to self-identify the way we see fit for ourselves. So this time, they do not get to deny us. Now, it would be very nice and it would be absolutely beneficial for us if they accept it and put it on there. Why? Because when we meet with the OMB by 2030, because the OMB is still reviewing us. They are still taking in information relative to how we should be identified. So imagine if I'm not even going to say 14 million. Imagine if 2 million of us put on the ACS code ban. Do you see how we silenced the legacy organizations that undid our work for the OMB in redefining us? You see how we took control of our community and we made them see our community when they refused to see it? The power belongs to each and every one of us. And our opportunity is now to seize that power, create our community the way we want to, and respect the way anyone wants to identify. As long as on the ACS form, you put ban so that we can finally be recognized as a community like all of these other communities out here.
Foundational population specifically.
Yes, we are the foundational population of Black Americans. That is who we are, and that's a part of the definition that we submitted. But ultimately, I can't say it anymore. Jake or Dawn can speak, but we have control. Whether they say yes or no. This turn, this time, this round, it's ours to win. It's already a win. The question is, will our community step up, raise up, and simply say, we're going to say 30/20 for ban? If anyone else wants to come to the stage and speak, the floor is open. I see sweet sister. The mic is yours. Welcome to the stage, sweet sister.
Oh, hi. Thank you for letting me up here, Donna and Shun. We were having a meeting in the city regarding letters that we generated to meet the deadline at the OMB, and but we don't want to be redundant, so we need to update on if you guys are going to be addressing getting letters out there to them, or you just strictly sticking with the getting um this information to the president.
No, what we're planning on doing is in the back channel, like the city, as an organization, any organization in there. We have a cut and paste for organizations and a cut and paste for individuals.
Okay, we
So
have the letter. We did put the letter, so we just need to meet and decide how we're going to meet that deadline.
what do you mean how to meet the deadline?
Because isn't the deadline
But
February
we already
18th?
have everything ready.
Yeah, that's why I'm in here to see where we are.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I can give you one for organizations and one for individuals
Really? Okay, so we
to
were
cut and
redundant.
paste
We have
onto the site.
okay. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So we do have letters. I just
Yes,
want for
ma'am.
corporate. Are you talking about the same one? That's what I'm wondering.
I'm talking about one specifically to the ACS, a response specifically to the ACS support from the community. So there would be one from an individual and one from an
Yeah.
organization.
Okay, so we did generate those. We generated an individual and one for corporate for the OMB portion of in the city. So I just want to make sure that because I'm asking, did you guys generate the letter or did we, the city?
No,
At the city,
I generated 2 letters that
okay,
are
you generated.
specifically though for this ACS. It's not, this is not the OMB. For instance, I'll read it. It says, draft for review support for our recommendations. So it's to Roberto Ramirez, check out the names, and Nicole Butler. We are writing to express our constituency's strong support for Unity for Our Community's proposal to add the following ACS code to the race and ethnicity code list. These codes are crucial to addressing persistent disparities that are often obscured by a lack of specificity in current racial and ethnic classifications. 3020 BAN, an acronym for Black American Negro Descendant, which ties directly to documented U.S. classifications, and 3025 for Negro. The inclusion of these codes will highlight persistent disparities, and I'm just going to tick off the top. Number 2, guide equitable allocation of resources. 3, support civil rights enforcement. That's one of the most important. 4, strengthen advocacy and policy. And it goes on and on. And then we
Okay,
got
so
one
that's
from
not
individuals.
directly
It's much
specific.
shorter.
So that's not specifically addressed for the ethnicity portion, ethnicity and race.
So let me, Don, can I chime in for a second?
Please do.
Thank you. So, sister, sweet sister, let me ask you a question. Were you all addressing the OMB, or were you all addressing the census, the ACS that's currently up for review?
We're addressing the OMB.
Okay, so we're not addressing the OMB right now.
Okay, that's
fine. Yeah, that's why I wanted to just make sure that we were clear, because, all right, so thank you, because I know that people are confusing the OMB with the Census Bureau and the ACS, right? The OMB does not have a current FRN out there to address the ethnicity piece. So if you are, so you're, I'm more than open to, we can talk in the back channel. You can reach out to me so that we can make sure that you all are addressing the right thing. Okay,
Yeah,
because
that's what I want to do. I've been trying to
okay,
reach out to you and Don for the longest so we can meet. But I know you guys are busy, so we
yeah.
can meet because we've been meeting every Sunday at 3:30 Mountain Standard Time. But you guys, I guess, it's colliding with your spaces
It
because
probably
we
is.
didn't want to be redundant. We want to make sure that we're not crossing.
So after this call, I have some some time. I literally had 4 meetings this morning on this one day, and this is a Sunday. All right. And so if you've been trying to reach out to me, I can't speak for Dawn, but I know that we are working on some projects together. And so I will be available this evening because of the weather out here. I will not be going to any more meetings, and we can talk if you want to. I just want to make sure that everyone is clear on what the assignment is right now. This current FRN that's out there is not from the OMB. It's from the ACS, which is the American Community Survey, which is through the Census Bureau. And they are not addressing anything at all relative to ethnicity and defining it. They already have a code list that they've put out, and you can see it under their FRN. And what they're asking is for, if you don't see how you identify on this code list, to present to them what you would like to identify as so that they can include it. All right.
Yeah, those are the letters we generated.
Okay, great. And so with that code list, if you have our recommendation is the 3020 code, which would say Black American Negro descendants, and then the 3025 code. The 3025 code already exists, but it just says Negro, right? It says Negro in all caps, Negro with a capital N. And what we're proposing is that they add another 3025 that says American Negro, because when they do their calculation, we want it to add up to the 3020 code, which is Black American Negro descendants. There's a rhythm to their calculation, and we understand it. And we want to make sure that everyone else understands it. We also have preset letters, 2 of them. One if you're an individual that you can submit, and one for people who represent an organization. Remember that the legacy organizations undermined our work last time. So if you represent an organization, we need you to submit the organizational letter as well. You can submit your individual one, yes, but we need as many organizations as possible to submit. But rather they approve us or not, family, we will still command what we want. We will still create the van, and we will still create our community. And we will do that by making sure that whenever we do the ACS survey, when it comes out, that you write in 3020 and you write in band. 3020 already exists. Let me say that. All you have to do is write band underneath it and then circle it so that they understand this is how I am identifying. And this is imperative that we do this so that exactly what what Sweet Sister was saying, when it comes to the OMB, we will be able to use that data that the Census Bureau has now collected on us to show them that resoundingly we are saying we are a community, we are a band, we are the band, the Black American Negro descendants. And in that way, we can not undermine, but we can overthrow our legacy organizations who only buy clout, not because they went out and did the work, not because they got the consensus of our community, but because of their clout and their long-standing history with this government, were they able to overturn us. Well, that won't happen again. You only get one time to get it, to basically get over on us. We understood what happened. We understand our assignment, and we're asking for you all's support to make sure that the assignment gets brought to the full fruition this round. And that's really it for us. Sister, sweet
Yeah.
sister, did that make it clear for you what you were asking us?
Yes, it does. The only thing is we were doing Black American Negro freedmen. So if we're going to be consistent, we need to change it to Black American Negro descendants
Yes, please.
on the letter. All right. Thank you very much. If you like,
Thank
maybe
you,
we
sweet
can meet
sister.
and you can review the letter and see if you have any additional.
Yeah. If you
I would say next week it'll be probably
Can you?
maybe the middle of next week or maybe just a week from today
What about?
that we start sending out. But like Ahsun said, you can give her a call in the back channel. I haven't figured out if we actually need to have a Zoom meeting or if people should just drop us a DM and say they want to support it, and then I'll just respond with the cut and paste and the link.
Okay. Well,
I
I
don't want
need.
us to do. I want us to wait. So the deadline for submission is February 18th. So I want us to kind of wait until, you know what I'm saying? I don't necessarily want us to flood. It's still early yet.
Mhm.
That's just my opinion.
But do
That's
you?
just
So
my
you don't think
opinion.
that we need? You don't think that it's for the OMB one? So you don't think that we need to get other groups or change.org to just to get them to send those letters out, or if we just submit it ourselves?
I think we do this ourselves because I don't think we really need help with this because it is such an administrative process. I mean, literally, you have the right to self-identify. So right there, they cannot tell us that we can't use 3020 the way we want. I mean, after all, Lexican, Pan African is on the code list, so we can put. Oh my goodness, this sickness going on in the house. I'm sick too. But anyway, so we can weaponize the codes the way we want. We just have never, sat and say, wow. But then we look at these, you scroll over in the Jumbotron, you look at these disparities between quote unquote African Americans and white women. You can even look at what black men or African American, as it's called in this category, compared to white women, and the numbers, the gaps in contracts are, unacceptable. That shows a $60 million gap in 1 year, meaning if we had gotten our fair share, we would have gotten at least another 30 billion. So those are huge numbers, and this is just 1 year example of how we're missing out on these contracts, and part of that is us. But most of it is lack of information being shared with our community to break down the legacy organizations and what they're supposed to be doing. They're supposed to be our adjunct representatives to the federal government. They're supposed to let us know when all these big block grants are coming down and all this money is trickling down. They're supposed to let us know that. But they haven't been. And so we're going to take control of this situation. And like I said, it's very administrative in nature. So I don't think we need to bring a bunch of outsiders in I just don't feel like we need that kind of support. Just don't.
Okay.
If,
All right.
yeah.
All right. Well, if I'm usually in Tuesday, Wednesday from 3 to 8 Mountain Standard Time.
The city.
Or else,
Mhm.
yeah, in the city. I'm in the city in the virtual office. So, if we can't meet anytime, then we maybe schedule a time that's convenient for you.
If you could just inbox me your number and I'll follow back up with you so that we can arrange a meet dates and we can make sure that everything is correct. I don't want us to leave this to speculation. This is too easy. Family, I want you all to know we've already won. Period.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we can reverse our win by us not acting, or we can do this the right way. We can kill the legacy organizations first. We can kill the noise with the OMB about them needing additional research. We are your research because we're about to collect these numbers. So this is too easy of a win for us not to win. The only way we're not going to win is if we don't do our jobs. So for all of us that are screaming about reparations, reparative justice, all the injustice of our community, this is your opportunity. Either show up or shut up. That's what it comes down to. You either show up or you shut up, and we just sit here and we keep talking and screaming and yelling at one another on this internet. Our win is here. It's not even about the administrative change. It's about the law. The law says we are allowed to identify the way we see fit. So if you don't give it to us, because we're going to play nice like we have always done, but don't give it to us and see what we do with it. That's what we should be doing. You don't give it to us, we're going to dictate it. It's our win. Go get our resources. We won't have to talk about what the legacy organizations are or are not doing for us. It's our responsibility now. All those legacy organizations were created long before most of us were even born. So we're not going to talk about what they aren't doing for us anymore. Let's talk about what we aren't doing for us. And let's talk about what we are going to do for us now. And if we look at it that way, then none of us should be fighting against one another. BAN encompasses all of us. All of us, freedmen, veterans, disabled, ADOS, Solon, FBA, just Black, Black American, whatever you are, as long as you subscribe to your people being here, at least on that 1870 census, then you are a part of this group. I'm not saying you have to go and research it, but if you put in BAN and you are called to prove it, you better be able to trace yourself back to the minimum the 1870 census, period. Anyone who can't, you will quickly find out from this community now that you are not of us and you will be removed out of us, simply put. So I see that there's a new speaker on the stage, DBJ.
Thank you, lady.
Thank you, sister, sweet sister.
Hello, how y'all doing?
We're good, good. Thank you. How are you?
All right. Look, I noticed y'all been talking about this thing being all inclusive to basically those that are on the census that's labeled as being or status as Black on the census. Like, are y'all doing that for everybody, or y'all doing that for individual families? Like, how's this thing working?
Well, what we're proposing is just a definition of putting a, like a gate around our community. So if your family is, from here, been from here, you have Negro on your birth certificate or your grandmother, you're more than likely, been here. But this is all inclusive because it is based on paperwork, Black American, Negro, and we are all descendants of a Negro here in America. The broader framework is encompassing the foundational population of individuals classified by the U.S. Census as Black, Negro, or mulatto prior to 1870. So the band code would apply to those individuals who self-identify as a descendant of people classified by the U.S. Census as Black, Negro, or mulatto populations prior to 1870. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I can understand it. I was just trying to see was it all inclusive or not because I mean there is evidence of people being indigenous backgrounds from this land that was enslaved. That's why I asked because I'm like, if y'all doing it for everybody, then will it be on an individual basis, or are y'all completely trying to change classification?
No,
Because
this
that
is
would not be
all
fair to
these
people
are
that
all
doesn't
actually
fall up
on your
under
birth
that.
certificate. or on the census report. So none of this is made up. We just, after much trial and tribulation, are standing purely on paperwork. It's all provable. So the those with the indigenous lineage among us always claim how they were misclassified as Negroes. Well, American Negro 3025 encompasses you, and you are also part of the band. So it doesn't matter what tribe you came from or whatever. If your person was a mulatto or a Negro, you then post 1865, you were subjected to all of the badges and vestiges of slavery that we all suffered from. So that's how it's inclusive. We're saying it's not just about slavery. It's not. I mean, the things that happened to us post-slavery, the targeting, the policies are incredibly inhumane, and they were practiced on all of us Negroes at the time. So that is the common denominator. So even if you say, well, you know, I was misclassified, my people are, you know, off of this, from this tribe or whatever, and they were misclassified, well, you would be captured under that group of harm or harmed group by using 3025, the American Negro. How's that sound?
It doesn't sound right if you're trying to put everybody in that boat. I'm sorry. Everybody's family has a different.
Who is everybody?
When you say black people, Negro, or the African American, which on many different levels have been done wrong, no doubt. But everybody has a different claim. Some of us even have different ethnicities that we actually came from, and that label was put on that.
So
But how can you speak for the entirety if everybody's not even the same or with the same fight?
Hold on. We're talking about going by paperwork, not what we was once, what we once was. We talking about what we are now in 2025. Sure, I could find Indians in my family. A lot of people could, but that's not who we are now today. And that's damn sure not what's on your paperwork. So you come in here and we talking about paperwork and what's on your birth certificate. No way in the fucking world you gonna tell me that indigenous is on your paperwork or whatever fucking tribe you come from. Because you know what? You would be on that reservation. And you're not on that reservation. You're eating the same shit and listening to the same music that we are listening to. Don't come in here playing games when we're being serious. Go find some kids to play with, all right?
I appreciate that, Big Bad Wolf. Look, I ain't coming with no contention. But since you want to go there.
Yeah, I'm going there and buy. That's how you do them dumb niggas. We talking about what's on paperwork.
And thank God for our beautiful Black American men.
Yeah, because it couldn't be me. But yeah, I appreciate the biological difference. Thank you, Jake.
So if there's nothing further, does anyone else have any questions? Any concerns? Standing on paperwork is the key here. Standing on paperwork, creating our community just as others have is the key here. Understanding how we get to the resources. Everything when it comes to our repair does not require a legislative action. It requires us to position ourselves properly so that we can have access to the money, the resource. Okay? And so that is all that we're trying to do here. We're not trying to lock out people who should not be here. We're not trying to be an all-inclusive group as well. We know exactly who we are. We know exactly who we're targeting, and we know exactly what the goal is here. We must, family, we must create a community that they can track.
Ahsun, speak to the fact that, you know, within the band, there are people with different statuses. Talk about that real quick before we go to the hands.
Okay. Go ahead, Jake. Did you want to?
Yeah,
Jake, did
and
you want to?
and that's how you could tell that he was coming in here to argue and debate, because he could do the same thing with people who think like him. If faggots could do it, he could get together his goddamn Indian people and do the same thing in self-identifying. So I lean there.
Damn, but yeah.
So as we spoke, I just want to make sure that we that the room is clear on some of the changes and why the changes when it comes to the different statuses within our group. So we discussed this earlier, and we're going to get to the hands. One of the primary concerns was, why did we remove freedmen and add descendants, right? And we explained earlier that we did that because, excuse me, because we recognized that there were freed Negroes during the time prior to 1863, which is when the Civil War began. These people were free. They did not have the status as a freed, F-R-E-E-D men. They were just free. All right. After the emancipation of the 13th Amendment, we all became one group. And therefore, moving forward, we are all one group with different statuses. The same as we're not pushing a code that says 30-20 Black American Negro veterans, or Black American Negro disabled, or Black American Negro former elected people, is why we're helping people to understand that Black American Negro freedmen would not be appropriate in this particular situation. This situation is not about reparations as far as us deciding what the reparations criteria is or what reparations even looks like. This particular situation, the ACS code, is about not a status, but what was on our birth certificates or on the census from this government. As most of you all know, all of us were born into some type of distinct identifier, rather it was Black, Negro, colored, mulatto. Those were our statuses or our ethnicity when we were born. It was put on our birth certificates. We did not choose these things. Freedmen, you were not per se born in as a freedman when it comes to your birth certificates. It was a status given to people because their status changed from enslaved to freedmen. So again, we are all part of the band. Within the band, we have different sects of us. Doesn't mean that we're still not one group with a foundational issue. And that foundational issue is the badges and vestiges of slavery. That's the foundation of all of us. Now, what separates us may be that some of us were actually enslaved, and therefore they are freedmen. They have a status of a freedman. Some of us may have only been free, and then after the emancipation, we were subject to all of the harms that the Negro faced. And prior to the enslaved people being freed, we were subject to many acts, the Fugitive Slave Acts and various other acts that also impeded our ability to be free. But after the 13th Amendment, no one asked for your papers to see if you were free anymore. You were just a Negro, and you were treated and subjugated to the laws of the Negro. It wasn't free Negroes. It wasn't anymore that you were a mulatto or you had this different status that made people treat you differently when it came to the law. No, you were treated as a Negro. And that's where the band is birthed.
But how about this? And this is a part of our history that we don't talk about, is that our story is not just of slavery, although they make it so. But if you understand the life of free blacks, mulattoes, and Negroes, it was constant fear of enslavement, but the level of violence was incredible, so much so that in the 1830s they had the Colored People's Movement, and people were running to Canada, and that's how you had a lot. And this is pre-Underground Railroad, and it's just that people were so violent against free people and the influence they might have, and also these people were fighting for the freedom of their enslaved brothers and sisters, you know, right up the road. So it's not even fair to first to just not acknowledge that. I mean, because that claim is almost just as bad or even worse, but you had a group of people that had rights in this country. Free people were voting, owning property, that basically their entire status was changed over, all of their rights were taken. So I think that's an even more egregious claim when you have people, but I guess at that point we weren't citizens because it was before the 14th Amendment. But the point is that our story and our claim is not just about slavery. The disparities that we're suffering from right now, today, as who we are genocidal in nature. And we just have not been zeroing in on that. And I think that speaks to a lot of the breakdown between the connections between legacy organizations and the community. As I was saying earlier, you know, their job is really to navigate us through federal block grants and all kinds of monies and trainings, all the things that, you know, Mark and everybody talks about. So this is a way for us to regain control of that, of those resources. If you look in the Jumbotron, the ACS is literally surveys 3.5 million addresses, and they just cherry pick. So, you know, you can send these out, you can have your organization request that they be done, but annually they do about 3.5 million, and then they project it out for 5 years. So they do this every year and project out 5 years. But it covers 40 plus topics, collects detailed information previously collected by the decennial census each decade. It helps inform how trillions of dollars in federal funds are distributed each year, supports over 300 evidence-based federal government uses. So if we don't feel, you know, once again, how we have been completely let down by the people who are supposed to be representing us, you know, for this tool here specifically to be apparently so incredibly powerful and informative and directive that it's not even emphasized, it's not weaponized. But that's what our job is as activists and organizers, you know, to take control, use this tool, and to get the results that we want. It'll be much easier once we get it in that framework to tie it to the Constitution, to the 1866 Civil Rights Act. So that's also paperwork. There are specific obligations owed to this specific group. So we want to keep everything in alignment.
All right, thank you for that, Dawn. Let's go to the hands. Let's go to Jewel and then Snug. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear Jewel. Jewel, the mic is yours. Jewel Freeman 5. Who is next?
Let's go to Snug.
Jeweler, you there? Probably can't hear.
I'll just mine is real simple. I just wanted to come back up and say thank you to let it be known. And thank you to Jake and Ahsun. I know the work that y'all are doing is a thankless job, and I wanted to make sure that it didn't turn that by the time we left this conversation, it was not a thankless job. So thank you so much for what y'all are doing, because I know it's a lot. It's a lot. So that's all I have. And thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you for
And
that,
shout out
sir.
to Sister Son and Let It Be Known for doing the diligent work that they're doing and teaching me up until this point, far as the OMB and how to really stand on delineation, as it opposed to paperwork.
We definitely appreciate you, Jake. You know what? When you buy in, you do your research, you're gonna stand on business, and we appreciate that. And it's good to have a strong black man here standing beside us to handle these trolls when they come up here. But we really appreciate, because it has been a growing process, and we have had our days, Jake, you and I. And but it's clear who has a mission for the people, because we're still here, still standing, still collaborating. So I want to acknowledge that, yeah, we have gone through some things, and we're completely sincere, but we appreciate your faith and support in this endeavor, Jake, because it's important, because you have a brand on here, and it is definitely standing on Black American business. So if you support us, we hope that that is an endorsement, that people know that we are for the community, that we'll eat humble pie, whatever it takes for us to get a win, and yet maintain our dignity, of course. But yeah, we're here doing the work. Jewel, are you back?
And let me just say before she speaks that just so that people know, Dawn is absolutely right. I think we have a hot mic. Dawn is absolutely right that you take a lot when you pivot, right? It takes a lot to recognize that, okay, maybe this wasn't the right way to go initially, and then we had to go back and revamp. I know, Jake, in one of your rooms, you had played back the original OMB call-in session, where you heard, even at that time, Dawn said that she was standing on American freedmen. But after further review and after the conversations that she and I had behind the scenes, we had to come out into the public. She had to come out into the public and say, I need to change that. And we were willing to take all, and trust me when I tell you, all of the hits. I had people calling while I was at work with craziness on the phone, calling me while they were in rooms that you didn't even know you were in a room. Right. It was crazy. But we've gone through all of this evolution, all of this transition, because we sincerely wanted to do what was in the best interest of our community. So know that when we tell you that we've been meeting with attorneys, we've been going back, re-reviewing what everyone has said, even some of the things that Snug said earlier today, I wrote down so I can make sure that we are standing on facts. Right. Everything that the community brings forth to us, none of it is dismissed. If you're of this community, if you are not of this community, you are absolutely dismissed. I'm not interested personally in hearing your voice when it comes to matters of Black Americans. I will say that openly because it's just what it is. But if you're of this community, rather we have a difference of opinion or not, and rather it's your information that causes us to pivot, we will pivot. We will swallow whatever you want to say about us. But what you will not say about us is that we are married to wrongness. We are only married to what is right when it comes to our community. Everything else is open for change. If you're able to show it to us and guide us through it, then we will change and we will pivot every single time. So just know that I appreciate all of you all for what you all have done, the information that you have brought forth, especially our men. We need Snugs, we need Jakes, we need some theories. We need you all. Our Black men, you all are the ones that keep us strong when we as the women start to weaken some because of all of the punching that we take. So personally, I want to say thank you to the community and especially to our Black men for holding us down. With that, we can go to Jewel.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I came to the room late and Twitter is definitely playing games. I've had to come out and go out and come back in like several times, so I have not been able to catch all of the conversation. But what I did hear, I liked a whole lot. However, I'm kind of confused on how we get these links, how we get this paperwork, how me as an individual can file, just because I haven't been able to hear the whole conversation in its whole context.
Send a DM, drop me or a son a DM, and I think next week we'll start rolling out the letters. It's cut and
Okay.
paste, and you just need to cut it, paste it as an individual. If you have an organization and a community group and a logo, that would be beautiful. If you cut it, paste it onto that, and then pasted it or uploaded it to the site that we'll be giving you. But know that quiet as it's kept, we are not behind the 8 ball. We're not late on this one. So we have some time to make sure everybody understands, and that we don't have people going rogue and spamming the FRN. So we don't have to rush. It's more important that everybody understands what it is we're doing to mitigate the risk of somebody going rogue and fucking everything up for us. So I hope
Absolutely.
that person is not out there sitting in the window liquor section, but yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, ladies, and I will definitely be dropping you a DM. And with that, I land.
Okay, and you made me think of something, and what I'll do at that point is I'll send out a tweet to remind people to drop us a DM, and then I'll just tag Jake and Ahsun, and that's how we'll do it. But we do have the letters written up, and yes, they're written the way we want it to be said, and it makes it easy for you to be an activist. But so that's what I'll do. I'll send out a tweet probably midweek next week, and it'll just say, "Are you interested?" And then I will respond in your DM with the letter and the link.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, let's go to Snug.
Yeah, so now just real quick, I know with our bill earlier, it's funny. Don't mention down in the gulag, we were having a discourse before, and you're saying if you can't trace your lineage to the 1870 or you of other ethnicities, I just want to make sure. Ahsun was using you figuratively. I've just recently actually been starting to crack open on my daddy's side into the 1700s, so that's real interesting. So I just wanted to stand on that because I know out of the, how many is it? Out of the 16 down in the gulag, they be done chopped and screwed the Bad Boy remix and had me on some island somewhere. So I just wanted to be clear on that. I'm Black American on 8 sides over here. So let's get the main thing. The main thing. I assume was being.
Main thing,
Yeah, we were having a figurative conversation for those in the gulag.
Yeah, and I will say about the gulag, everybody's not a window licker. That's not even fair, because I know people do exactly what I do. When you come in real quick and you don't want to seem rude by leaving right away, you want to just hear what's going on. That's one. Or you trying to fall asleep and you just want to fall asleep to something and you don't want to be embarrassed by falling asleep on the stage. So yeah, those are the non-window lickers in the gulag, and we have love for them. We have love.
All right. Well, if it's nothing further, any other hosts?
Yeah. All right, y'all. Well, thank you for coming. Like I said, I'll send out a tweet midweek. It's possible I think Jake will do a good job because he has a lot of spaces. So I think Jake will be a good surrogate out here. I'm not feeling that well, and I'm pretty busy in real life. So Jake, we definitely will be relying on your support to field any questions, anything. But with that, y'all, thank you for coming, and keep up the conversations, and look out for the call to action.
Yeah, so anything that y'all need me to do as far as even pass out the
Yep.
information to the brothers and sisters, I'll do that.
Now we got something for you, because the way I did the letters just now for individuals, it's actually easy for you to just text it to somebody, your family and friends, and then have them send. We about to look this up, y'all. Okay, so we'll talk about it later. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do.
Thank you to everyone for coming in. Just please, if you don't take away anything else from this room, please take away the fact that this is our win. We've already won. All we have to do is state the facts. 30-20 ban. If they don't give it to us, write it in. Let's band around our community. Let's protect our resources. Let's ensure that when it is time for reparative justice, they know exactly who we are and where we are. Then we show our paperwork and we get our money and we get our full reparative transformational legislative changes that will transcend us off of the bottom of this freaking sinking ship. So thank you all very much. Peace, love, and reparations to everyone. And if you're out here in my area, be safe out here in all this snow. For everyone else, just be safe. We need our family members to return on the front line every time we come out here. So much love to all of you.
All right, family. So let me just go through a few specifics for things that I see in the chat. Hello to all of my new subbies. Yay, new subbies. Please make sure you like, share, subscribe, and turn on your notifications. I'm usually here on the weekends because the weekdays are way too tough. My schedule's way too hectic. Shout out to the, let's see here, Central Standard Time, Mountain Standard Time, Eastern Standard Time. You guys are really rolling with your sister, strong and tough. I won't belabor, but I do want to give clarity. There's been some questions about FBA and why aren't we using it, and ADOS. You guys have to understand that these are organizations that were created by YouTubers who have subsequently gone on to trademark, which means they make money every time anybody uses it. I will be sharing the channel. Thank you, Rise to Prominence. I appreciate that. Yes. So let me help you with something. Band is just so we can put a band around us as a collective for those of us who are on that 1870 census or prior, or even thereafter. As long as you can prove that you are Negro, whether you descend from free Negroes or freed Negroes, according to the 1870 census, then the band will be around you. That's the umbrella. And how you want to identify after that is up to you. We're taking back all of our identifiers. If you want to identify as a trademark, you're free to do that. You write in under band on the census, you would write in band for 30-20 and then American Negro. Because once we became freed men, and then there were the free Negroes already, they brought us together under the band of Negro. That's why more than 22 million of us have it on our birth certificates. And as you saw in the earlier part of the broadcast tonight, Barak Obama and Grace Mean got rid of the Negro identifier to rob us of the monies that Dr. Reverend Martin Luther King procured for us prior to being assassinated. He never even got the opportunity to share with us what he had procured in the Negro lineage, which subsequently has been repurposed for the Office of New Americas, which was also established by Barack Obama. Okay? Allegedly. I have to say that because that's some intel from one of my insiders, one of my comrades whose name I will not disclose, but it sounds more of the truth than to get rid of the Negro identifier for 22 million of us after saying it created an offense that I know not of. I never complained that my birth certificate says Negro. So under the umbrella of band, you'll be able to Call yourself FBA, ADOS, African American, if that's what you still want to do, Black American, all of that is under the ban. We're taking back everything because, as my last two broadcasts have shown you, we've got so many cosplayers weaponizing our never-ending Holocaust for their comeuppance in the country of our ancestors, while we are bottom caste. And we're getting up off this bottom. We're fighting for delineation. We're going to take our delineation with or without the help of our government, with or without the help of the Office of Management and Budget. And this is that strategy. And we're looking for 2 million people to get involved with the strategy and fill in the 30-20 band on the ACS survey. I put the link so you can learn more about ACS surveys in the thread. It's a part of the census. And yeah, it's in the thread. I put the link there. I also put the link for how you can trace your lineage. Believe it or not, the Mormon Church, yes, what is it called? Latter-day Saints. They're a great resource. They've got so many tools to help you trace your lineage. And they've actually, I put the link in there, they gave $2 million towards helping Black Americans to trace their lineage. So I would utilize them. And I think it was KR stated that you can also use your library to trace your lineage, okay? So what we're doing, family, is we are getting rid of the tethers. We are getting rid of folks who use us to come up over our backs. They use our votes, our reparations, our taxes, and Social Security to become more American and to flourish in the country of our ancestors, because we don't have the money to go anyplace else. And there's no other country in the world that's giving away anyone else's resources to the Negro to flourish in their countries. What I recommend to all immigrants, go back to your country and do for that country what the Negro has done for this country, made it the wealthiest in the world. Go do that over there, you know, but you won't, because our government, who hates us, is actually making sure you get the very things they deny us and tell us they don't have enough of to make us whole. And this has been going on since our ancestors fought and won our emancipation. So this is we on some get back. We are fighting in the spirit of the ancestors who fought back. We are not taking the OMB denying us delineation lying down. Okay, tether busters. You know, like the Ghostbusters, the Negro descendant is the tether buster. That's what we're doing, Ivy Dreams. Damn straight. You know I'm subscribed, Miss Nirvana. I recall Shirley Huzar introducing you in her space. Oh, I used to be one of her moderators. Oh, thank you so much. You know I miss Shirley, as I'm sure you do as well. Miss Shirley, you know she's proud of us this election cycle, right? For those of you who don't know, yes, sir. For those of thank you, Rise to Prominence. Yes, speak, sister, he says, or she, I'm not really sure. But yes, for those of you who don't know the late, great Shirley Huzar, she died fighting for the Negro. And she specifically was trying to help us weaponize our vote. She is an extraordinary woman who actually was from California. And she was, what do you call it? She introduced Trump out here when he ran the first time. I miss Shirley too. Oh, so much. Oh, so much. But see, she was another one of our sisters who, you know, struggled out here in California. She literally moved to Texas. And the stuff from this movement and trying to fight for Negroes who was fighting her to continue to vote for their own genocide with the demon rats, it literally caused cancer. Her fighting so hard on the front lines for Negro freedmen literally made her sick. And that's why when I started getting sick, I had to come off of here. And that's why I really won't do this more than once a week. Like, it's a lot on you to carry the weight of the lineage on you, and knowing all the F-ish that these demon rats are doing in your own state. Yes, Shirley passed away from cancer. Cancer is anger built up in the body, frustration. And so I know that she is proud from heaven, watching me move in the way that I have to create a protest voter strategy, along with my other comrades throughout the country, to deliver 28% for deportation and closed borders. That's for Shirley Huzar. Yes, it is. I remember she introduced Trump as a delegate. Yes, she did, and she had her 3 sons out there with her. And this was at a time when Yvette was telling us to vote demon rats down ballot. And folks didn't know what that meant. Yes. Hi, Herb saying, beautiful person like Angela's sister, she is in you. Oh, yes, I love me some Shirley. Shirley worked long and hard with me to help me see the way, the truth, and the light, to help me understand that I'm a man. Thank you. Thank you, Rise to Prominence. A Negro man in here. I love it. Thank you. We need all the men we can get. But yes, Shirley was a fighter till her last breath. And I'm just grateful that I'm so grateful to her for loving us enough to help us get it. I mean, we fought all the time over this issue because I was a staunch, I hate Republicans. And she helped me really to, I miss her a lot. She really helped me to get it. And I know she is smiling from heaven. I know she is smiling from heaven. Let me find it, y'all. I'm sorry. I got to include her in this live. Y'all bringing up her memory. Let me find Miss Shirley, y'all. I got to memorialize her here. She was such a force of nature. And her organization, you can see a lot of her footage on ScrewTube, the Urban Game Changers. She was so powerful, and she really worked with my mindset around these demon rats. I knew they were bad, but I didn't know that Trump was actually better for us than the demon rats. And she helped me to see that. And that's why I fought so hard for the protest voter strategy. Let me find her real quick, and we go share this before I pray us out. Y'all got to know Shirley. Go and see her. She was fire. Shirley Huzar. Here she is. Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. Let me share it. I'm going to back it up. It's 3 minutes long, but y'all been here over here this long already, so don't matter. Y'all be all right. Y'all got to see this beautiful sister. Oh, whew. Hold on, y'all.
We sure did. When the California delegation made their announcement, the place went wild. Not just the Californians either. A lot of love for California in here for delivering 172 votes for Donald Trump. California, 172 delegates with the following bound delegates. 172 Trump.
Shirley, you're going.
We want Trump! We want Trump! We want Trump!
Hold it down, California.
We want Mr. Chairman! We want Trump! We want Trump! We want Trump!
Hold on now. Mr. Chairman, my name is Shirley Hussar. I am the mother of 3 boys of the greater Los Angeles area. Mr. Chairman, it is so important that my sons, my 3 sons, have hope and opportunity for their future, that there are good jobs, and that there are families that need safety in their communities. Mr. Chairman, Donald Trump is the candidate that can provide for my boys and all Californians the hope and opportunity of the true American. That's why I am honored to stand before you today in behalf of the great state of California. California that is 100% rock solid. Pro-Trump delegation, and I am proud to place 172 votes to the nominee of the next president of these United States, Donald J. Trump. God bless you. God bless America. Yes. We want Trump. 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 Now. We want Trump. Now. We want Trump. We want Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules of this convention, California, 172 votes, Trump.
Yep. That was the late, the great Shirley Hussar. May she continue to rest in paradise. She gave her life to this fight. And she had to fight a lot of her own people who had drank the demon rat cyanide and wouldn't put it down. But she would not let me go. She stayed on me. And listen, we were the first to be overwrought and overtaken by immigrants. And this is what she died fighting. I live it. I love it. I watched her live on TV. Yes, yes, yes. Wow, Bruce says, I remember her. Yep. She lives on through me because, honey, I fought hard in the paint to get that 28%. Yes, I did. It took 5 years to get 28%. But it is her influence on me and my fight to make me change the way I looked at things so the things I looked at would change. And now I feel change. I felt so much peace come over me when Trump won this last time. There was just a calm and a peace. No more no more pregnant men. No more, men in women's sports. No more men in women's prisons. Deportation right away. Securing the borders. I just felt at peace. Now, if Kamala had won, I'd probably be leaving the country. Most Negroes was like, if Trump wins, we leaving. I was like, if Kamala wins, I'm leaving. But with that being said, family, so the ban, once again, puts free and freed Negroes under one umbrella, and we're taking all of our identifiers back. And if they choose to identify as us, great. That's more resources coming to us because they're going to have to prove that they're us. So no more cosplay, no more tethers. Angela, do you think the Democrats and tethers now understand that we ain't playing? No, baby. No, Rock. They're not going to get that we're not effing around until a few more election cycles of losing happens. You see, my protest voter strategy ain't no one and done. No. If they can get us to vote for our own ethnocide genocide for 70 years, yeah, I got something for them. I mean, that's why I came back, so I could continue to finish them. Midterms, the next election cycle, the next midterms, the next election cycle, the next midterm. Yeah, they've been in power 16 of 20 years. And the Negro freedmen, descendant of the emancipated and the freed, the descendants, the free ones and the freed ones, are in the fight of our lives to prevent from becoming a permanent bottom caste. Literally having to vote for Trump, we had to, or we were going to be upended with our own vote. And the fact that Negroes can't see this is just boggling to me. But like the lady said in the earlier portion of the broadcast, folks don't read and they don't critically think. So y'all can vote the couch, but you're going to do it. You're playing roulette with the line when you don't vote when you don't show up to vote, at least locally, where all your politics is happening. They got 282 million immigrants. Had y'all delivered Kamala, that would have been 50 million more citizens piled on top of the Negro in our communities to gentrify us out. So no, this ain't no one and done. We got to lean into this strategy and always remember the demon rats declared war on us first. With that being said, family, the hour is late, okay? I'm going to do my declare and decree. This is something you can write down and burn for yourself. And then I'm going to pray our prayer of protection. And yeah, I look forward to seeing y'all next Sunday. So let me get it going because y'all got to get to bed, okay? I appreciate y'all sticking around for your sister, but I do realize y'all and me too have got to get up and go to work, okay? In a few short hours, but this has been rich. And we'll be back next Sunday next Sunday because next Saturday I've got a brunch before the Negroes out here congregate for some fun. I ain't gonna tell folks where I'm gonna be necessarily. Let me not do that. I don't like all that stuff being on the live. But yeah, I got fun times happening on Saturday. We got a huge event to go to out here. I'll share with you about it after it passes. I don't want folks running up on me because believe it or not everybody is in agreement with how I get down politically. I'm looking for my tribe. That's all I'm over here doing, okay? So, I declare and decree that the highest form of righteous judgment is served over all corrupt beings of the government, judicial system, including the police officers, child protective services, judges, attorneys, FBI agents, the CIA, and all personnel working for the U.S. corporation with 3 Ks with wicked intentions. All hidden corruption and agendas are now destroyed forevermore in spirit and in flesh, in sleep and in awakened states, across all timelines, realms, and dimensions, known and unknown. Okay, so you can write that down and you can burn it. And as you burn it, give thanks to the Most High for granting you the power and the authority to bring down this judgment. And then you want to call on your entire spiritual team, including the ancestors, to come in and assist you with establishing the things in the spirit and in the flesh that you do want. Okay? So that's what you do with that. And you're supposed to be journaling. You're supposed to be writing down. Your word shall not return to you void, but shall accomplish where you send it, okay? If you need more wealth, now understand, money doesn't rain down from heaven, but your inner Christ, inner Buddha, inner Allah, however you refer to the spirit of who you are before you were flesh, okay, knows how to give you the God ideas to bring your business ideas into fruition and to make you successful and profitable. Your inner Christ knows how to give you the ideas, okay, on where to search for a job if that's what you choose. I don't condemn jobs. Jobs have helped sustain me. Jobs have given me my property. Jobs enable me to take care of my daughter. I would more say not just a job. I would say more of a career. But yes, so you can literally write down and journal. You could create vision boards around the things you do want. You have to understand that, yes, while these things are happening in the world, we're in the world. We're not of this world, right? And that we have a most high God whose good pleasure it is to give us the kingdom. So this stuff that's going on right now is just information. I don't want you to internalize it. I don't want you to feel defeated by it. I want you to be informed so that you can learn how to work with your inner Christ to manifest your best life right now, despite what's going on in the world. God is bigger than their shenanigans. And the fact that you're on this live proves my point. Okay? So you want a journal of all the good things you want to see manifest, and you can burn that and release it. So this is another one that you can write down and burn and release. All corruption of the U.S. corporation with 3 Ks and the police force, you can put this on a candle. The first one you write down and you can burn it. This one, or you can put them both on a candle. I really don't care. But this one you can put on the candle and you burn it daily. And then until it happens in your experience, you can continue to burn the candles. So this one is shorter. It says, all corruption of the U.S. corporation and the police force is now exposed, and justice for all wicked deeds and hidden acts, known and unknown, is now exposed and being punished and established in spirit and in flesh, in sleep and in awakened states, across all timelines, realms, and dimensions, known and unknown. And so it is, and that's the way we're going to let that be. I know it's a lot to write down, but consider the impact we will have as a spiritual giants on behalf of ourselves, our offspring, and our ancestors. Will be well worth the time it takes to do the exercise. Okay, family? So know that you don't have to be victimized by these oppressors. You can absolutely seize control because you and God are a majority. Never forget that. And that's what the ancestors fought upright with, their spirituality, their closeness, their relationship to their inner Christ is how they overcame. So we need to do that part too. We talk about the chicanery, but we also know that we're far more powerful than the chicanery. So go out in the world and behave like that. With that being said, family, the light of God surrounds us. The love of God enfolds us. The power of God protects us, and the presence of God watches over us. Wherever the Black American Negro descendant and its allies are, God truly is, because, family, you are the face of God. Yes, you are. The voice of God. You are the body temple of the Spirit of the living God. And until we meet again next Sunday, I want you to have a beautiful, God-inspired rest of your peaceful sleep tonight and your work week this week. Well, I'll see you again next Sunday around the same time, around 5:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Thank you so much for hanging in with me. I love you guys so very, very much. All right, family, until next time, I'm believing for each and one of us a ton of peace, love, and reparations, delineation, and reparations, y'all. Peace. All right, now, let's go. Here's the outro.